Okay, good morning. Can everybody hear and see me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes, great. Good morning. So welcome back to day 2 of this aviation safety inquiry for the conjoined applications at Craig and Moddy, Carrick and Necronal. Thank you to Mr. Parkinson and Mr. Wiley for their evidence yesterday. Today we're going to start with the evidence in chief from Mr. Inglis for the Carrick applicant. Is there anything anyone wants to raise before we begin?
Just two issues from my point of view,
Okay.
Stephen. One related to Mr. Inglis's evidence itself. So Mr. Inglis needs to take breaks around every half hour or so, and I discussed that with Mr. Finlay yesterday evening. Breaks only need to be a few minutes long, so if we could perhaps just bear that in mind. And the second point is another issue that I discussed with Mr. Finlay, which is I should have said yesterday that I am in the same room as my witnesses, and that is the way that we have conducted public inquiries since 2020 for Scottish Power, including against Glasgow Prestwick during the Clockery inquiry. Now, there's never been any issue with that before. I understand some concerns may have been expressed about that, but I do want to put on record that I'm obviously abiding by appropriate inquiry protocols. There's no attempt by me to influence anything that the witness does or says, but I do want to be clear that we are in the same room, and I give an undertaking not to influence the witness or allow anyone else to do so. Mr. Finlay had asked whether it might be possible to have us shown on camera at the same time. I've discussed that with the technical experts here, and unfortunately it is not. The way that the room is set up, we have individual cameras for me and the witness, so we won't be able to be shown on screen at the same time. But hopefully what I've said and the undertakings that I've given are sufficient to address any concerns that either at the airport or indeed any of you as reporters may have about the way in which we're presenting our evidence today.
Okay, Mr. Finlay, do you want to comment on that at all? Are you content with that arrangement?
Ma'am, can I comment? I will comment on it in 3 parts. First of all, I should make clear that no part of our concern raised should be interpreted as any allusion as to any impropriety on behalf of Mr. McLeod in particular or any of his team. So that's the first point. Second point, in general terms, it's our submission that witnesses should be in a different room from their advocate, and that's indeed the way the airport is going to operate. The witness will be treated rather like a witness at an inquiry. They'll be in a separate place and won't communicate or be in a position to communicate with their advocate. And it's important that justice in a broad sense is not only done but seen to be done. The third point is that I'm certainly not, notwithstanding the point I've just made, given where we are today, I'm certainly not objecting to Mr. McLeod proceeding on the basis that he's outlined this morning. But I do ask you and your colleagues to perhaps consider the point. It would be something that perhaps in due course, albeit there has been a return to more in-face inquiries, some guidance in terms of virtual inquiries would be of assistance. It obviously doesn't matter in hearing sessions because parties can communicate during those sessions anyway. But during inquiry sessions, proprieties need to be observed and seem to be observed. So I don't want to waste any more time this morning on that. I understand Mr. McLeod's position. He and I have spoken. I accept his approach. I have no problems with Mr. Inglis' evidence being taken in the way that Mr. McLeod suggested it should be for the purposes of this inquiry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finlay. That's helpful. And Mr. McLeod, I think that point that you make about guidance is quite useful. We'll certainly take that back to others within the office because we are in a slightly new, well, it's not so new now, but new in terms of needing some more guidance, perhaps. Okay, so on that basis, and on the basis of what you said, Mr. MacLeod, we're happy to proceed. Is Mr. Inglis ready to begin?
He is, ma'am. Mr. Inglis, we're going to take your recognition as read. I think just one point of clarification: you were involved in the preparation of the inquiry report, or both of the inquiry reports from Scottish Power that are before this inquiry, were you? Correct. We begin with a general question arising from yesterday's evidence. We heard about safety cases. Can you just explain to the reporters how a safety case is prepared?
So the fundamental part for a safety case is to identify the hazards. Those hazards are obtained by almost a brainstorming session, is probably the nearest to it, where you have the right people with the right skills. That'd be a mixture of controllers, operators. It could even be ground staff, depending on the subject matter. Those hazards are looked at. Sometimes they're grouped because they're very close to each other, and they lead to a set of safety requirements. And those requirements are a system level requirement. And to evidence that you comply with those requirements, you produce subsequent parts to the safety case. What you don't do, and what I thought I was listening yesterday, and I want to give the reporters a misleading approach. You don't look at individual systems like the radar, the display system, the communication system. You look at it as an end-to-end complete system. So the system is what's been referred to as the wind farm mitigation system or scheme. I think there's a lot of focus at the moment being placed on Terma as being the sole consideration, and it's not. The wider system includes other factors such as the people, the processes, and anything that can, and the maintenance to make sure its performance is maintained throughout its lifetime. So a safety case is quite a robust document. It takes into account failure modes. And knowing Mr. Kirkland's evidence, he said that any loss of a plot was significant. And again, he's not really considering how that's interpreted from an operator ATC point of view. So when you're compiling safety cases, it's not just about the individual elements that comprise of the system, it's considering the whole. So I thought that was worth a mention because our focus so far from my position has been solely on the Terma, and it's not correct.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Inglis. Now, just on the subject of plots and the loss of a plot being significant, do you have any views on whether the loss of a plot would be significant?
So going back to what I've just said about how you build a safety case, the hazard section will look at various scenarios. One will be a total loss of the system. In other words, everything fails. And then you're going to total loss of individual parts of a system, in this case, the loss of primary targets. And if you look at total loss in terms of an individual track, that's quite dramatic. So you have to define at what point does it become less. And in all the hazard sessions I've been in, it takes more than 2 plots for an air traffic controller to be concerned and have to go into procedures such as re-identifications. So where Mr. Kirkland in particular says on several occasions any loss, it's incorrect. And I think this was brought up yesterday. So I won't go over the wherefores, but I think Mr. Wiley covered that as well. So you have to define what you mean by these terms. So total loss, in my experience, has always been defined as more than 2. And I've done a number of these. You also have to define what you mean by partial loss. So the safety case is very prescriptive in the use of these terms, and it's not a casual use of the word loss. You have to define exactly what you mean by loss. Loss of a single track, loss of a couple of plots on one track, or a completely blank screen. And these scenarios are looked at in the safety case. And you look at how often they would occur, but before you do that, you also look at the things that are in place to prevent that happening. And often now we move to a bow tie type safety case where the hazard sits in the middle. And to the left, you look at the mitigations that can prevent it happening. So things like maintenance, etc., depending on the particular hazard. And on the right, you look at the things that if it still happened, what would then prevent it? And that these are like gates that would have to all be open for the event to cause a problem. And I think yesterday we were just focusing on the impact, the initial impact, and not considering all the things that are in place to stop it happening. You finally, when you look at the probability of these things, you have to look at the chances of the aircraft being in various positions, so that, for example, if you're only operating during 12 hours of the day, the probability is going to be less than if you were 24 hours a day. So it's not as straightforward as I think was implied yesterday by some of the conversations I heard. And I'm sure Mr. Fido, because he's more than familiar with this, would also concur and may be able to give you some further points on this when he's in the chat.
Thank you. Now you mentioned during that evidence the total loss of more than 2 plots being the loss of a track, I think. Have you seen any evidence that with the Terma radar in place, track loss is likely or probable in relation to the Carrick development?
Track loss is always a possibility. So you're looking at, just by its very nature, radar is, it's not a computer game. It's all based on probabilities. From the evidence I've seen of existing Terma installations, of which there are now several, and looking at the performance of the Terma, I honestly believe it's a good piece of kit and will adequately support the operation. And track loss is unlikely to be a significant event.
Have you seen any evidence presented by the airport specifically in relation to potential track loss at Carrick?
No. Mr. Fido did put in his recognition a diagram showing how you could drop a track as you miss 3 plots as you cross the wind farm. I can go into that now if it helps. I think his diagram is incorrect in the sense that I don't think he's taken into account more recent developments. I also think the probability of an aircraft flying exactly path is very, very low. So I think it'll behave as any other radar would over that area.
Maybe just check for the reporter's benefit. Are you familiar with the diagram that Mr. Inglis is referring to? Would it be of assistance to have a look at that?
Let's just have the reference. Yeah, that'd be useful to know.
Yeah, okay. I think we're going to Mr. Fido's updated inquiry report.
11259.
That's the one. Thank you. And I think it's figure 6. Do you want to just talk us through what we see on that, Mr. Inglis?
So the areas above the turbines are classed as areas where you wouldn't have detection. So as you enter from the left, you can see the plots hitting the ellipsoid above each of the turbines to the extent that you would miss the 3 plots, which would effectively result in the track being dropped. And for a track to be re-established, you'd need to have 3 consecutive plots again. So, and all that's correct. Actually, that's correct, and you'd re-establish a track after that. So you have a gap effectively of 6 missing plots. But when you look at the diagram, he hasn't taken into account, I believe Terma have improved the performance of their equipment according to what they've said recently, and they do have better detection towards the ends, and it's not factored in. And you also think that the chances of an aircraft actually flying that are fairly low, because unless somebody deliberately decided to do it. I'll let my ATC colleagues take a view on that. The other thing is, going back to my safety case point, is that if they did do that, if they had a transponder, there would be no issue, because they'd still be seen by the secondary radar. So the probability, to go back to the safety case bit, is that an aircraft flies in the dead zones consistently, and the timings that they enter are such that they manage to hit each spot dead on, so that they don't get detected and that they don't have a transponder. So if you look at that together with how many aircraft are normally in that area, I believe it's not many, the probability of this occurring, I think, is quite unlikely. So to classify it as it would cause a major incident, it is not what I would be a typical assessment. So while it's not totally incorrect, it's the context in which it's likely to happen, and the slight improvement that Terma have provided would also have to be considered in the safety case.
Thank you. Touching on a slightly different issue, shadowing has been mentioned in this case. Do you think shadowing is of concern? And could you just explain to the reporters how it impacts in practice?
So the impact, as the name suggests, is that behind turbines there's an area where there's no detection, and shadowing has been brought up for quite some time now as being a concern, and that you're not going to see craft immediately behind it and for some distance away from the turbines. But the CAA have recently done some studies and determined that the shadowing is only impacting for a couple of 100 meters, and that's in SUR. Glasses on. I think it was in. It's CAP 670 SUR 13A.68. So while in theory from the modelling you would have shadowing behind the turbines, in practice it's only a couple of 100 meters, and you're not going to have aircraft close to something like a turbine. And I think this illustrates quite nicely how, while modelling is helpful, it's not always that accurate in practice. In fact, most models tend to be fairly pessimistic, as Terma have stated actually for their modelling, which they're now revising, as I said earlier, to take into account they can detect overlapping areas. So modelling has its place. When you do the real trials, you often find it. So I don't think shadowing is something that should be of concern. I'd be interested to hear what Mr. Fido has to say. From my perspective, reporter, I don't think you should give much concern to them.
Okay. Turning then to Mr. Fido's evidence, if you could have a look, please, at his precognition, and you recall the section of his precognition that responds to the inquiry report to which you contributed. It begins at paragraph 37 and runs on to the end of the recognition. And I just wanted to pick up a few paragraphs that Mr. Fido has and ask for your comments on them. So the first one is paragraph 38, and the question of false target rates and their relevance to PD. Firstly, can you just explain for the reporters what false target rates are?
So radars are not, say, computer games, and there's always a potential for 3 random plots to actually form a nice line and produce a trip which is displayed to a controller, albeit for a short duration. So these are false targets by their very name, and the rate at which they occur per update period, mechanical radar is a scan, is something you want to keep as low as possible, because obviously the more false targets there are amongst the true targets, the harder it is for a controller to determine action they should take. I believe they have to avoid clutter and things like that. So that's false targets. So you try and keep them to a minimum, and there are guidance in specifications that are recognised at Eurocontrol and others that give you a guide to what you should target. There is a trade-off between false target rates and probability of detection. I think Mr. Hyde and I slightly disagree on this. While it's not, it can't increase the PD hugely, it is a factor. And often when optimizing radars, in discussions with controllers, they may want to see an area that the coverage during optimization wasn't as robust as they would want it. So you can have a conversation with them, and they also will accept a slightly higher level of clutter in that area, or false targets, in exchange for the better detection. And so that trade-off is done frequently. So I didn't quite understand Mr. Fido's point there, but I'll be interested to hear him. So these aren't macro changes, but they are done. They're done both for airports, and they're done in a very limited way in the on-route radar system as well, to ensure, for example, you see low-level targets to all rigs where you're interested in helicopters. So you might want to trade seeing high levels of or higher levels of false targets in exchange for having a better chance to identify helicopters.
In paragraph 38 of his precognition, Mr. Fido says it's suggested in your inquiry report that it's acceptable to increase the number of false target rates by reducing the radar detection threshold, believing this will improve the probability of detection over wind farm area. And then Mr. Fido says, in fact, this increases the size of the turbine echo. In turn, that requires the size of the black hole to be increased, resulting in lower PD cover over the wind farm area. Your comments on that, please.
So when you look at Turner's calculation for the size of the ellipsoid, it doesn't include the amount of energy that's put onto the blade. So I can take his point to some extent. But I don't think it'll be the dominant factor. And I still believe you could gain some improvement in PD. Now these things, Mr. Fido and I could probably spend a long time discussing, and I'm not guaranteeing that this particular lever that you pull to improve detection would get you where you want to be. So I don't want to overstate this. These are subtle things you do to try and get the extra mile of the system. So I still think the overall gain is possible, particularly when if you've got a large area of wind farm that will no doubt come onto the so-called boundary. They're not, the turbines aren't aligned like soldiers on parade. There are areas of potentially relatively large gaps where there are no turbines. So I still believe that those areas will see an improvement, even if you acknowledge Mr. Fido's point. So again, it'd be useful to again, Mr. Fido.
Thank you. Next one, I think, is in relation to paragraph 47. And there, Mr. Fido is referring to paragraph 28 of your inquiry report. And he says the reduction in probability of detection increases the risk of missed tracks, especially over larger volumes of wind-farm areas. The upgrade, i.e. the Terma upgrade, does not provide any additional capacity. Just your comments on that, please.
The challenge here really is to understand really what the upgrade that Prestwick were doing in 2022 and now aiming to complete this year really gives them. Fortunately, we're not involved in those conversations. But my understanding is that one of the upgrades was to increase the processing power. So if you have more tracks because there are more wind farms, the amount of processing power that the system has is going to be even better than it had previously, giving you even more headroom. And if Terma's new process for determining much better where the turbine is and where the targets are, and the turbine overlapping that we touched on earlier, then no doubt that extra process to improve the performance requires extra processing. So my point really is that I believe the recent upgrade has increased processing power, so that as Mr. Fido I think raised at Clockery, he was concerned that with all the turbines and the way the Terma works, it would run out of processing power. I just can't see that even with the latest upgrade. So that was the point I was trying to make.
Thank you. In paragraph 50, Mr. Fido refers to paragraph 40 of your inquiry report, and it might be useful just to have a look at that, because he refers to a figure there. So if you have a look at document CD 11.265, so this is the inquiry report that you contributed to, and we want to have a look at page 10 of 15. This is in connection with VHF modelling, and what Mr. Fido says is figure 2 of the VHF modelling highlights the red volume as being the area where the CI ratio is 14 dB or less, whereas according to the scale, the CI ratio of 14 dB or less is indicated by the light blue region, which is significantly greater than stated. Your comments on that, please.
The VHF one is an interesting one for engineers. I've asked around to see if anybody has experienced problems with VHF. I'm not aware of anyone. There was something in America that said that because there's concern close into the radio site, so within a few kilometres, and we were a long way from that. So we've looked at Mr. Fido's modelling, and as far as we can see, and I think he acknowledges that 14 dB threshold for Carrick is just about met. Now we're back to how good is modelling. So we've also done modelling. We've got people trained on the ATDI tool, and we've fairly recently, and we did the modelling as well, and we come up with a slightly different answer. Not having the exact same parameters, that's not unusual. And what you normally do next is sit in a room and agree what the parameters should be. And again, we haven't actually the ability to do that. That said, we're not far off, and I think within the tolerance of modelling, we're pretty much aligned. So I think below 2,000 feet, the coverage does start to tail off. It's whether aircraft would actually be in that area. Again, you're to the safety case approach. And one of the mitigations, of course, is the standard process where, as touched on yesterday, if a pilot on air traffic controller hasn't understood a message, they ask for it to be repeated, and if it's garbled and they haven't managed to confirm the readback, it's repeated. So this is not something that would demand a new procedure either for pilots or for ATC, and it's not that dramatic a drop given the low level. In fact, loss of comms behind hills is common and known, and I don't think pilots would expect coverage low level a long way out behind physical obstructions either. So while it's a factor, I think if you produced a safety case and looked at the risks, it would be tolerable.
I'm just concerned about that last answer because, as I understand it, the witness quite clearly is an expert on radar, but he's not an expert air traffic controller. So what the basis, Mr. McLeod hasn't established the basis on what he can give evidence as to what pilots expect or what air traffic controllers might do.
Can I answer that?
Mr. McLeod, are you happy to carry on?
Yeah, Mr. Inglis was saying, can he answer that? And I was going to say he's perhaps getting slightly ahead of himself. If Mr. Finlay wants to ask Mr. Inglis about his experience and what he is capable of giving evidence on, then he can do that in cross-examination. I'm quite content for Mr. Inglis's last answer to stand and for it to be tested when the appropriate time comes.
Thank you. I think that's appropriate, Mr. Finlay.
I'm not sure it is, with respect, ma'am. The witness should be giving evidence in line with his expertise, because evidence once given cannot be ignored. But if Mr. Inglis wants to answer the point, it may be that is the most straightforward way of dealing with it. And then, if necessary, I can make further submissions following his answer. But it's Mr. Ingles's evidence has strayed significantly from his precognition in the first part of it, and it seems to be straying again. And but I do take exception when he's giving evidence that doesn't appear, and I say appear at this stage because I haven't heard his answer, to be within his expertise.
Right, I think Mr. Finlay, with respect, I think you will get your chance to address that in cross-examination. I think you should let Mr. Inglis continue with his evidence in chief. Mr. McLeod?
Thank you, ma'am. So just returning then to what figure 2 actually shows. This is the red, light blue, royal blue and green figure. Red, as I understand it, shows 0 dB. We can see that from the key in the top left-hand corner. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 14 dB is the light blue, which Mr. Fido refers to in his precognition. What's the significance of the 14 dB?
So the 14 dB is specified by the CAA as the almost pass-fail type criteria for doing this assessment. So the 14 dB came about by having panels of people listen to various levels of interference and making judgments on at what point they could no longer have clear communications. I think, again, as touched on yesterday, it's not really something you can just get a meter and measure. It's how the human being discerns what's trying to be communicated. So while we're looking at CI values, the interference levels, the human brain's quite good at working out in a crowded room what somebody's saying to you. So it could only be done by human assessment, and they came up with this figure of 14 dB. I have read some literature where they discuss down to 12. So I think 14 dB is a fair fair assessment. But what it doesn't mean, to make a leap, is that if it was less than 14, that you're guaranteed that no meaningful communication could be made. So I think it's a reasonable figure to use, but you have to understand that it's not a hard pass-fail. It depends on the people at either end and how they're able to discern the true communication from
And just one final point in relation to this chapter of the inquiry report. You mentioned during one of your earlier answers about the question of whether flights would be taking place in the vicinity of this wind farm within those areas. Can you just explain to the reporters paragraph 39 has to say about that? What relevance it has?
Can you just read out a bit of paragraph 39 that you?
This is 39 of the inquiry report, is it?
It is, ma'am. So just above the two paragraphs above the figure. So there should be no impact on ATC communication with aircraft using VHF radios when aircraft are flying in compliance with the air navigation order rules of the air.
The pilots following the rules of an air have to be a certain height above the highest obstacle. And my ATC colleagues are probably better placed to come up with the numbers on that. But if you do the calculation on the turbines, on the height of the turbine tip and the area above, which I think is 500 feet above the highest point, is the minimum they're allowed to fly, you would have to breach the rules of the air to actually get into that dead zone completely. Now, where exactly that occurs, as I say, the modelling is slightly different between the pair of us, but it's unlikely that anybody following the rules of the air will actually be in that space. And I believe they also have to avoid it by 500 meters horizontally as well, so that they shouldn't get into that red zone. I'm not sure many pilots would fly on that boundary anyway. So in terms of height, they'd probably go for 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, rather some arbitrary level in between. So that's the basis of that statement. Yeah, we probably want to explore that more with the air traffic controllers. As noted earlier, probably better place to explain it more fully. Thank you.
In paragraph 51 of his precognition, Mr. Fido, referring back to 43 of your inquiry report, says this point is irrelevant. Now, paragraph 43 talks about the UK AIP. It then goes on to say the applicant is not aware of any communication stations used by GPA that are within 10 kilometres of the proposed development. Do you consider that point to be irrelevant?
It's not a huge point, but I think it goes back to the main concern for interference seems to be by reports for aircraft that are in the vicinity of turbines and close to the airport where the radio transmitters and receivers are located. So I could understand if they already had what's referred to as repeater stations deployed for other wind farms that were nearby to this development, then that would be a factor. But they haven't told us there are any, and so I think it is relevant. If they're experiencing problems already, there was a possibility they've already used repeaters, but we haven't been told there are any, so I couldn't evaluate them. So I've assumed there aren't any.
Thank you. Paragraph 52, Mr. Fido refers to 46, the inquiry report. So 46 says the modelling tool for calculating CI ratio uses an average value for interference from adjacent turbines. This is because the level of interference principally comes from turbine blades and depends on the wind direction and turning rate. It cannot be assumed that the ATC VHF comms will be consistently poor for a low CI value as predicted by the model. Now, Mr. Fido says this is in fact worse because it becomes an unknown requiring greater attention by ATC and crew. Can you just give a report to your comments on that, please?
So I think in the past, Mr. Fido has referred to a kind of a wall effect where you can't communicate with people, you can't see any of the aircraft because all the turbines are producing problems at the same time. The turbines will adjust their direction according to the direction of the wind, and will occur within a wind farm area. It also applies across the wider area that's discussed as a cumulative effect. So it's quite unlikely that all these, well, it's almost impossible to believe that all the turbines would align at the same time to give you this wall effect. In fact, it's going to be fairly random is too strong a word, but they'll all be doing different things at different times. So you won't get this complete dead zone over a wider area. And the kind of random nature, for want of a better word of this, I saw as an advantage, and Mr. Fido saw as a problem. I think the advantage is that you're not going to have a big problem over a big area. So I didn't quite understand why he thought it was otherwise. And again, it'd be interesting to hear him discuss that further.
And then I think linked to that is paragraph 47, where I think in 47 of the inquiry report, you explain largely what you've just said in your evidence. And Mr. Fido says in paragraph 53 of his recognition, this is an assumption, not a guarantee. Do you consider it to be a reasonable assumption?
I do consider it to be a reasonable assumption, and in safety cases, you actually include a section on assumptions, and you have to validate assumptions because you can't just take them as read. I suppose the way this could be validated is to get the data on the wind turbine directions over a period of several days and at different times of the year to see just how many align. And that could be done, I suspect, talking to the owners because they probably know the direction of trips they get, but it's not something we've had time to explore further.
Mr. McLeod, I'm conscious that's over half an hour. Is Mr. Inglis happy to continue to complete his evidence, or
Can I just have to move my a little bit because it's going to be painful, so that would be helpful.
If we could have a couple of minutes, that would be good. And I'll obviously not discuss anything to do with Mr. Inglis's evidence while we're on that short break.
Okay, so just is 5 minutes enough?
It's enough, yes. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
yes,
you.
thank you.
We could all just pause for 5 minutes then, so that'll be, well, we'll say 10:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. I'm seeing Mr. McLeod, but I'm not seeing anybody else yet, so I'll wait a minute.
On the way.
Okay, is Mr. Inglis available?
He is. Thank
He's
you.
there. Okay, are you happy to start?
We are, thank you. So we're actually just about done with Mr. Inglis's examination in chief, but if we just continue with Mr. Fido's recognition, Mr. Inglis, at paragraph 54, he refers to paragraph 53 of your inquiry report. And it's probably worthwhile having a look at paragraph 53. So in 53, you refer to the Terma email and the comment that the area above the wind farm where the radar is actually impacted, please note that we are in the process of tightening up the metrics we use to calculate the impact area. The calculated areas are worst case scenarios and the current metrics are very conservative. You then go on to say that in addition, following the applicant's review of GPA's evidence, the applicant's of the opinion that when the enhancements to terms of performance taken into account, technical impact is limited. Now, Mr. Fido says there is no enhancement to the Terma performance. Terma are referring to the metrics applied to their PDF model in that statement that I just read out. And can you just give the reporters your comments on that?
I think there are the two sides, we're all arguing over the modelling and what that produces, and clearly the modelling does need to be adjusted to reflect the additional capability of Terma. But Terma also make claims that the improvements will have a real effect on performance. Again, without being able to sit in a room with Terma and Mr. Fido, it's difficult to get into the detail of them, but I was simply taking what's available publicly from statements that were made by Terma.
Do you accept that improvement to the Terma does not directly impact on the PDRF calculation?
I think that there are two separate things. The modelling gives you an indication, and clearly the modelling needs to be adjusted to better reflect the reality of the much better performance than it was predicting. And if they have made those kind of improvements, then the product would improve as well. The weight that we're putting on modelling to give us an exact number, I think, is vastly overestimated. I think even to have one decimal place is probably not appropriate for the kind of modelling that's being done. When we talk about 87.3 or 89.5, I'm not sure the modelling can give you that kind of accuracy. And, I think the real field experience of deployed systems shows that it's much better than that by several percent. So I would just caution the reporters really to rely too heavily on the modelling. There's always the scenario where I suppose it could be less than predicted. I think that's when you have these other levers that you can pull to try and improve it. And in my experience of deploying radars, there's always a conversation with ATC about improving certain areas while not worrying so much about others. So you still have the overall global PD of 90%, but you make these fine adjustments. So I think it's both really, the modelling and the term performance will improve according to term.
Thank you. And I think the final question in examination in chief, Mr. Inglis, relates to your recognition in paragraph 6. So at the time you wrote this, in paragraph 6, you said at the current time, I have not seen the calculations and I'm not able to explain why there is a difference in the figures quoted by GPA in February in its written submission and by Mr. Fido in 24 inquiry report. Now, you've subsequently seen Mr. Fido's explanation, and it seems to relate to the boundaries of the wind farm area that he has drawn. What comments do you have on the way in which he's drawn the boundaries?
Well, firstly, the calculator is a simple Excel sheet that looks at the pure maths of the various areas. And as it's a ratio, the smaller turbine area, the more the reduction factor becomes and the PD gets poorer. So by Mr. Fido doing, I call it a dot-to-dot approach, by taking the outer turbines and basically drawing around them, he's going to minimise the area, which will maximise the impacts on the performance reduction factor and suggest a really low PD. So if you extend the dot-to-dot by any means, you will dramatically change the results of the calculation. I think the other thing I struggled with Mr. Fido was he treated them as by ownership rather than geographic location. So he looked at the owners of the individual wind farms and did the calculation. Now, and again, I'm going to stray into air traffic control, but I think it's reasonable. If you look at an air traffic controller, is not going to look at the zigzaggy edges that Mr. Fido has in his calculation. He's going to look at a region of airspace. So I think the turbine should be considered based on geography, not ownership. And when you do that, you introduce more gaps. By introducing more gaps, whether you call them gaps or something more like a buffer zone, the maths changes dramatically. But we're getting into what we're ignoring the real world and what the controller would be interested in. The controller, if you look at controllers working, they're zoomed out a lot of the time, and they look at a range on their screens of 40 nautical miles. They are not zooming in to see a 5-mile area on their screen. They will simply know that in that area, if there is poor PD or poor comms, they will have it as a region. They will not have it as a zigzag as shown by Mr. Fido. And I think this kind of leads on to the buffer zone. If you look at the HAZ ID that was done, if you recall my earlier bit of safety cases, the first statement being the hazard, in their HAZ ID table, they look at turbines that are less than 3 nautical miles from each other, wind farms less than 3 nautical miles, around 5 nautical miles. So in the HAZ ID, they did consider it as an area which included a buffer. So I think just to take Mr. Fido's dot-to-dot approach is not useful in the real world, real operational world to controllers. It does have value. I'm not saying it doesn't have value. What it is a measure of is how good the term of product is. By doing the dot-to-dot, you're purely assessing a product. Now, if you did that calculation using the original modelling, you'd come up with one figure. And if Terman have improved the product and now can discern much better between turbines and aircraft, you would come up with a different number because that ellipsoid's got smaller. So in a way of assessing how good the Terma is, I would agree. I don't agree that it's appropriate to just consider that in isolation of how the user would perceive it. So, yeah, I think the CAA as well. I mean, it'd been interesting to have something in the room with the CAA. So I think it is a valid way of assessing PD immediately over the wind farm. I don't concede that it's the only thing that you should consider from a user perspective of the world. And again, I think some of the ATC colleagues that are coming on from both sides should be able to elaborate on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Inglis. Those are all the questions I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLeod. I wonder if it might be worth just having a slightly longer break now just before Mr. Finlay starts. Would that be reasonable? 10-15 minutes, or do you want to go straight in?
I think just to make sense of that, I'm very happy to go straight in if Mr. McLeod and Mr. Inglis and yourself are, because and I count on Mr. McLeod to interject when Mr. Inglis is in need of a break, because he will be able to identify that better than I can. So I think to make sense of the procedure we've got with this witness, I'd prefer to go straight in, and then we can have a break when it's appropriate for Mr. Inglis. I'm very happy to be dictated to by him in that sense, in terms of when a break is appropriate. Okay,
well, I mean, I think that would mean maybe in about 20-25 minutes we should have a break then. Is that okay? Mr. Finlay, is that okay?
Why don't we, if we aim for maybe a break at 10:50?
I'm happy with that if Mr. Finlay is.
I am, and if I'm getting carried away and miss the time, I'm sure Mr. McLeod will draw it to my attention.
I've no fears.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Inglis. You have set out your expertise in the most recent report from Scottish Power, which is CD 11265, paragraphs 4 and 5. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And that is all your relevant expertise?
It was relevant at the time because it's primarily radar we were interested in. The VHF stuff came in later. So were I to do that again, I would put more broader experience in, which also includes communication systems, navigational systems, airport master planning potentially, and a whole load of other things that I've done over the last few decades.
Mr. Inglis, I'm not sure that's entirely correct, but the report I've asked you about is your most recent report, where you do deal with VHF. So, and I'm not suggesting you're not an expert, nor indeed an independent expert dealing with VHF or radar. But if we look at 11265, which would be maybe of assistance to you, if you've either got that up or someone can show that to you. It's a very minor point, but I just want to have it correct. In paragraph 5 on the first page, so Richard's other roles include for the CAA as an engineering instructor. Now, my understanding from that is it includes presumably acting as a consultant for the CAA as a constructor, but you weren't employed by the CAA directly.
I was, yes.
So you're acting as a consultant. You're acting as an independent contractor for the CAA.
So the reference to being specific reference to being an instructor for the CAA goes back a long way in time. That was my first job after I finished my apprenticeship, and I spent 2 years teaching communications, navigation, and surveillance systems at the then technical college at Bletchley Park. And I did that for 2 years and taught all those 3 subjects. So we are going back a long way, but I was a direct employee of the CAA, which then morphed into NATS, which I was also employed by. So yes, it was a direct employee. I can even remember my employee number.
Good. Okay.
A bit like the military, name, rank, and serial. For some reason, it's stuck in my head.
Well, it's not an interrogation, you'll be glad to hear. Well, although it may appear like it at times, but Yes, you're allowed to say more than your name, rank and serial number. No, that's helpful that it was some time ago. But as I understand it, you don't have any air traffic control expertise as such, although you clearly interacted with air traffic controllers during the course of your job. Would that be a fair way of putting it?
I think to have no expertise is definitely overstate. I think we go back to the HAS-ID sessions as a good example. So often I facilitate HAS-ID sessions with a room full of controllers and engineers, and we look at the hazards. I also have been involved in instrument flight procedure discussions. So to say I'm not, I've got no expertise, I think is fundamentally wrong. I have a limit to my expertise, and I always check it with ATC. But having been in this industry for a long time, actually often the same issues come up repeatedly as well. I'm also heavily involved in, have been involved in safeguarding of navigational aids, obstacle limitation services, instrument flight procedure design. So you're correct, I don't hold a license, but I'm fairly broad in my experience, both here and indeed overseas.
Well, I noted that when you're doing your HAS-ID, you do it with, and we'll come on to that. HAS-ID is not something that should, if possible, be done by one person. It's done by a group, so that you have various people inputting to it. Air traffic controllers being one in the example you just gave.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
And you're not a pilot, as I understand it.
I'm not a pilot, but you're correct on having a wide group of people in HAS-ID. So we often have pilots in the room, and indeed one of my colleagues is an ex-pilot, so I can refer to him as well.
And then in terms of TERMA, I don't think, at least when you last gave evidence, you'd had no first-hand knowledge of installing TERMA. Is that still the case?
That's still the case, yes.
And I think at the last inquiry, that was Clockery, if I remember correctly. You'd had some previous contact or had some contact with TERMA at that time, but have you had any direct contact with TERMA in the last, say, 9 months since the recent flurry of correspondence that's before this inquiry is concerned?
No.
Okay. So in terms of your commentary on that, you're relying on what you read in the correspondence, and and applying your expertise to that.
You're correct. There's the correspondence and there's the publicly available information regarding the TERMA. But it would have been helpful, I think, to have the opportunity to sit with Mr. Fido and TERMA. But
well, I noted that you said that a couple of times in your evidence. It would have been helpful to have had the opportunity to sit with TERMA and indeed to sit with the CAA. But unfortunately, that's not the process we're involved in. But I know what you say about that.
It's just that we normally work as engineers. We just we thrash things around and we.
Now, there's just one. May come back to more, but there was one point in your examination in chief I wanted to pick up. It was by reference to para 47 in your report, and you said that.
So this is the inquiry report or the pre-commission? The report.
Inquiry report. So same document we're looking at, where in the report you said with multiple turbines within a large wind farm, and I'm just and with other wind farm turbines in the DAC, leaving aside the other wind farms, it's very unlikely that all turbines will face the same direction at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that it's a normal condition that all turbines should rotate in the same direction?
And every wind.
Within a wind farm, whether it's large or small?
No.
Because just not so I'm not unfair to you. If you go to 16101, electronic page, I think 5 to begin with. If you can bring it up.
Core documents.
I'm just showing you the proposed conditions for Carrick, I think it is. At least that's what I'm hoping you're being shown.
Which page was it, Mr. Finlay?
Starting off electronic page 5.
Okay.
CD.
16101.
I think so. Not room 101, but 16101.
Yeah, that's the coloured table with the conditions.
Yes, if you go to the page 6. Sorry, it's page 6, electronic page 6. It's condition 8 I'm looking for, proposed condition 8, final appearance and operation of the turbines. And if you go over the page to page 7 at little 3, you'll see all wind turbine blades shall rotate in the same direction. And I think that's in both columns, which my understanding would suggest that it's an agreed condition. And indeed, it was the condition that was imposed in Sanka 2, ma'am, just for your note, at condition 11.4 in the Sanka 2, which is CD 827, I believe.
I stand corrected then. Is that just within one wind farm though, across the wall?
Well, well, I'm interested you describe it as a wall, but it's you can only by way of conditions control within a particular wind farm, which is why I was concentrating on your assertion that multiple turbines within a large wind farm. I accept that the condition may not be obeyed all the time, and indeed just driving around in Scotland, one does see discordant looking wind turbines that aren't facing the same direction as every other. But certainly the intention is clearly that the turbines should face the same direction. Indeed, the direction that a turbine faces is usually dictated by the direction of the wind, where it's going to be most efficient to capture the wind. And you would have certainly logical, I'd suggest to you that turbines, whether on the same wind farm or different wind farms, the wind direction is likely to be the same in the immediate vicinity. So they will be likely to be facing the same direction, irrespective of a condition.
Again, I said it was an assumption needs validating. It'd be interesting to look at this in more detail, but I was looking at if you have large wind farms and a cumulative number of large wind farms, I did struggle to see how that would always cause a problem to communications at the same time. Because if they're all pointing the same way, as you move around the arc, they're not pointing towards the airport. So you're still going to get different levels of interference as you go, more degrees around the circle, so to speak. It's something that needs more exploring, and I would welcome a discussion on that as well. And I still don't believe you would get that wall effect over a wide area as shown. I think there was a rectangular diagram showing the big area of concern for Glasgow Pacific. The reference.
So we'll come back to the radar in more detail in due course.
Sorry, you're have a dodgy connection again. Let me know which wire it is now.
Is that better?
No, it's not. Sorry.
Is that any better?
Yes, that is. That's better. Thank you. Sorry for that.
We have been taking steps to try and eradicate it, but obviously they haven't been successful so far. Thank you. Should we then move from your from the report to your precognition, and one thing we don't find in either your report or your precognition is any evidence on hazard assessment or hazard identification. Your precognition and your input to the report, as I understand it, were restricted to radar and modelling, and VHF and modelling that performance. Is that fair?
If that's fair to say, it's not in the documents. Yes, it wasn't addressed. I wasn't expecting to have to kind of explain the safety case process and go through it. Kind of expected that was a given for the process.
Well, it may have been expecting. My apologies.
Because in the document set you had included the hazard ID and risk assessment piece. So yeah, anyway, it's not in the documents. I can see that.
Well, you may have been expecting Mr. Wiley to deal with it, but we know he didn't give any expert evidence. But I just want to the highest you or the lowest you put it, whichever way one takes it, is in terms of Mr. Fido's Fig 6 in his CD 11259. Remember, you were taken to that in evidence in chief. You said that there's a fairly low chance of that occurring. Those were your words. I just want to, that's how you assess it in terms of probability. Or do you want to change that evidence?
I don't know. I think these are the 14 dB is a mathematical calculation. So
No, sorry, I'm interrupting you on purpose this time. I'm asking about sorry.
What are you asking?
I'm asking you about PD and the chances of a track dropping. And you said so you said in response to Mr. McLeod, there's a fairly low chance of that occurring.
Yes.
Okay, that's kind. And then you said it's unlikely to be a significant effect.
True.
And just one other point in terms of do you accept that when you're looking at significance of an effect, significant is what you assess as to what might happen when the probability occurs? So you're looking at a particular event, whether it be a loss of tracks or whatever the case may be. You determine how likely that is, maybe more than one way of doing it, and then you the significance is what happens after when the event is in fact occurring.
Yes.
Grateful. That's all I need to ask you about hazard. I can ask my witnesses to comment on that. Then in terms of what you actually say in your precognition, can I take you to paragraph 3?
I was just going to say, Mr. Finlay, if we're about to embark on a new section, I wonder if maybe interrupt you 30 seconds early and have a short break just now.
That sounds fine. Yep.
Seems strange.
Will we go for 11:05? 15 minutes? Or do you want 10? 15 minutes okay at this time? Let's go for 15. So 11:05, thank you. Okay, is that everybody back? Can't see Mr. Inglis, but I presume he is there. Yes, he is. It's great. So I think, Mr. Finlay, you were taking us to CD 11259, para 3. Is that still where you're taking us from? I can't hear you at the moment. You're on mute, sorry. That's it.
Great. Well, the exciting news is we have a new cable attached to the microphone, so that
Excellent.
may resolve the communication difficulties we are having, and get us above the relevant criteria in perhaps 670 or whatever it is. Yes, so there was one just before we went to paragraph 3 and Mr. Ingles's recognition. I just wanted to pick up one reference in your earlier recognition. You needn't turn to it, Mr. Ingles, because I'll read it out. It says, just for your note, ma'am, it's CD 1118 in paragraph 3. You'd referred to, in that recognition, Mr. Fido's inquiry report 1181, which provides extensive information on how radars work and the challenges of processing clutter, which indeed it does. And you don't criticise his description of that. You obviously have your disagreements with Mr. Fido elsewhere, but you're happy, as I understand it, that he's set out at least the background issues of how radars work and the challenges of processing clutter fairly accurately.
Correct.
Thank you. I didn't think that was going to be an issue. And so if with that, if we go to your paragraph 3, I think rather takes over what I was going to ask you about paragraph 3, but paragraph 4 was going to be my next port of call, but I'm going to try and reduce the cross-examination in the light of a comment that you made earlier. I think at the end of your examination in chief, you accepted that Mr. Fido's and therefore Glasgow Prestwick Airport's methodology was valid for assessing PD over the wind farm. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, immediately, with the zigzags and all the rest of it included, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I understand that. If you then go to CD 16118, which is the CAA response to the reporters. And if you go to, I think it was page 5, and it's a well visited page now, and the answer to question A, just let me know when you've got there.
If you read it out, I'm fine with it. I've read it a few times, so.
Well, okay, then. No, I'm very happy if Mr. McLeod needs to provide assistance. I don't have any concern about that. Says the probability of detection calculation methodology was outlined to the CAA on 10th November in a virtual briefing by Glasgow Prestwick Airport. We have, and I asked Mr. Parkinson about that and the method, whether the methodology had changed. I'm not going to go through that again with you, bearing in mind the reporter's comments on questions being only asked once. We have reviewed the probability of detection calculation methodology and conclude that it is an acceptable way of determining the effects of Craig Moddy and Carrick proposals on Glasgow Prestwick Airport's operation. So, in the light of your acceptance as to validity, I understand that you would agree with the CA that the methodology is an acceptable way of determining effects.
Correct. It's a way of doing it, but you have to consider other factors.
And there's no dispute, although there seems to be some suggestion from the applicants that you just stop when you've calculated PD. The airport, of course, accepts that you have to go on and consider operational implications. So just I understand your point, and Mr. Parkinson and I had a up and down about that too, but bear that in mind. And then it would follow that you accept that Glasgow Prestwick Airport's approach in terms of its methodology is reasonable. If it's valid and acceptable, it must be reasonable.
It's valid and acceptable in determining the immediate impact above the wind farm in terms of how the radar will perform. I don't think that's the end of it, though. As always, in CAP 670, you have to look at the operational environment.
You're doing with respect just what Mr. Parkinson did. I accept you have to go beyond that. But given the question that the reporters have asked, I'm going to persist in asking you about the specific methodology. It's a building block process, Mr. Ingalls. And I'll reiterate again that I accept that you have to go and look beyond just the methodology, but we're looking at the detection calculation methodology using the wording of the CAA at this stage. You've accepted that's valid and acceptable, and hence it must be reasonable.
Yes, in the context that you're using it. I mean, we could get into a bit of a debate about when you're doing dot to dot, you know, how straight and long is the line. But I think as a general principle, I think it's fine.
Great. That's very helpful, and as I said, I think that follows logically. Now, the two issues, as I understand it, you take in terms of the methodology and what one takes from it, I'm going to look at in two parts. One is you say, well, there are going to be improvements by Terma, and there's a dispute between you and Mr. Fido as to the extent and implications of those improvements, and I'll come to those in a moment. And the other is you say that an air traffic controller would be looking at the big picture, which is the point I think you just made before we broke, not looking at the particular area of lack of detection. So in terms of the latter point, I'm going to leave that for Mr. Kirkland primarily to deal with as a qualified air traffic controller. But I want to now ask you about the Terma alleged improvements. And so with that in mind, can we come to your recognition and paragraph 4?
That's CD 11267.
I'm grateful. The issue with probability of detection that is of concern to the airport, as I understand it, and I want to check your understanding is the same, it caused by the way Terma deals with clutter, is that when Terma deals with clutter and its ability to declutter the radar screen, in so doing, it creates what we've called a black hole, where there's going to be, it effectively takes out an area of coverage. It's quite a small area, but it removes an area where it's going to provide you with a return.
I agree. I mean, using the term black hole is quite dramatic. It's an area where there's no detection, and you're quite right, it's quite small.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to continue to call it black hole, but I'm not meaning to be dramatic about it. It's an area of no detection in your term. Whether you increase the power, looking at your first bullet point of paragraph 4, or decrease the power, it's not going to make the black hole smaller, is it? Mr. Fido doesn't think so. That's going to be his evidence.
No, I agree.
Agreed. Thank you. Well, we accept that the improvements are going to increase the range of, as I understand it, of the radar, and particularly the range to increase the probability of detection away from wind farms of smaller objects at distance. So we don't disagree with the generality of your comment in the first bullet point, just with its application to wind farms. And ma'am, just for your note, you will recall I took Mr. Parkinson to the statement of agreed matters in this case, and I'll just give you the reference again, where the updated statement of agreed matters, which is CD 11263, paragraph 317, where the CA had confirmed there was a requirement to ensure that the primary surveillance radar, which is TERMA, is extended to fully 40 nautical miles. So that's the first bullet point. I'm not going to ask you further about that. The second bullet point refers to a larger antenna will reduce the size of azimuth resolution cells to improve target resolution. So that there are 2 points in this second bullet point. There will indeed be a larger antenna, but Mr. Fido's view is that it's going to make very little, if any, difference. Do you have any information from TERMA as to the extent of difference that the larger antenna will make?
TERMA state that it improves resolution, and that's publicly available. I don't have any details.
You don't have any further details than that? Well,
It's in there, and I think Mr. Fido's correct in the sense that it doesn't change the cell size. What it does do is put more energy onto the targets and in a more focused way, so you'll get improvement that way. So again, I haven't spoken to TERMA in the last 9 months, as I answered your question earlier. It'd be interesting to know how they intend to improve resolution. That's what they're putting on publicly available information. I think if required, we could provide the reference, but I don't have it to hand.
Very well. As I said, Mr. Fido will give his understanding of that. Over wind farms, this will improve discrimination between true aircraft targets and false target returns from wind turbines. That will improve PD performance. Over a black hole or area of no detection, there won't be a false target return. There'll simply be no return, will there?
Correct.
So in that sense, over if you're considering the issue with black holes or areas of no detection, false target returns are an irrelevant consideration because it's the impact of the black hole or the area of no detection that's causing the problem.
Not true. The PD reduction factor is a ratio of the dot to dot that Mr. Fido uses and the wider area. If we stick within the dot to dot region, the outer boundary, if you have larger gaps between some of the turbines, which inevitably you do, particularly if you treat turbines not by ownership but by geographic region, you start to have some open spaces in between, and detection in those open spaces will increase because you're going to have the ability to see weaker signals. So if you have smaller aircraft, then you're going to have a better chance of seeing them in that region. So I agree that black hole doesn't change, and we can debate, whether it gets bigger or smaller. But when you do the dot-to-dot exercise using adjacent wind farms and introduce a wider area, the pure math says that the impact goes down. So if you are, you are using this method, then it's just a mathematical formula.
Well,
which again, these modelling discussions and should you do it this way or the other, it doesn't really reflect reality, does it? From a user point of view, I've made that point a few times, but I think we need to go back to it because, for the reporter to understand the real implications, you've got to see beyond these calculations, I think.
I don't think, again, anyone denies that, but the reporters have to take a view on the position as we have at the moment. And it's impossible to carry out a real life test on the impact of Carrick Wind Farm at the moment, is it?
Yeah, if you showed the diagram for the wind farms, the adjacent wind farms, and look at the gaps between them, if you apply that formula, you get a quite significant change in the result of Mr. Fido's method. So, you know, it's this continuous kind of looking at the discussions on where the dots go is
Well,
helpful.
well, I suggest you see what you've done there, Mr. Ingalls, is skillfully move the conversation on from looking at a particular wind farm to looking at the cumulative effects of a number of wind farms.
I'm not sure I
can just wait till I've finished. So looking at the cumulative effect of a number of wind farms with larger gaps in between them. Now, Mr. Fido hasn't provided, nor has the CA suggested that he's deficient in doing so, a calculation for the larger combined wind farms. And no doubt that can be the subject of questioning by Mr. MacLeod if necessary. But that's not the purpose of the methodology. The purpose of the methodology is to look at is to answer a specific question, which is what is the probability of detection over the specific wind farm. That's the way the airport has used it. Isn't that correct? It's looked at cumulative impact on a different basis, on an operational basis.
I don't think I can agree with you on that. If you look at a single wind farm, they're not lined up like soldiers. Even on a single wind farm, you have areas with large gaps. So ignoring the cumulative effect and of having adjacent wind farms owned by somebody else, you still have that possibility. And it gets much more dramatic when you do include the geography rather than the ownership. And we have done some studies on them, and it does make a significant difference.
Well, you haven't presented those studies to the inquiry, have you?
I haven't had the opportunity because Mr. Fido's calculation method came in very late. And I haven't been able to be fair, we haven't had the time to kind of review it properly. But it does indicate that the PD reduction factor becomes less as you include the geography rather than the ownership, and consequently the PD increases. So I think if we could agree what the areas are, you'd probably get a better result. And clearly you're going for the absolute minimum with straight lines on the outer turbines. We've done this stuff with that, but the evidence arrived very late. So I think it's unfair to say I haven't submitted it. This was work done at the end of last week, right on the to the end of the day.
No, with respect, Mr. Ingalls, Mr. Fido set out his methodology in his report. The only thing that's changed is the area used, but the methodology was there been there for some time, hasn't it?
I think in principle, yes, but what we didn't have was the calculation. I mean,
it's your
provide it.
Mr. Ingalls, you've just made the point that you weren't able to provide calculations because you didn't have the methodology. You did have the methodology. You could have provided the calculations. You haven't. That's the position, isn't it? What you didn't have were Mr. Fido's correct specific results, but you didn't. You had ample opportunity to have applied his methodology in any way you wished.
I think what we were hoping for was Mr. Fido would come up with the specific points that he did for Dr. Dot, and that he had the opportunity to interpret it the way I am, and actually include the geographical locations rather than the ownership. And I was a bit surprised that he hadn't done that. So I don't think it's fair to say we could have done the methodology. We didn't have the information. I'm happy to provide it in future if it helps important, but it's a simple fact that it's a ratio, and the more the land mass, be it a buffer or a different way of joining the dots, significantly changes the result of the predicted PD, significantly.
Absolutely, Mr. Ingalls, which is why the use of a buffer zone leads to significant underestimation of the probability of detection. And we're agreed, I presume now, that you shouldn't use a buffer zone in calculating the probability of detection over a wind farm.
Well, I agree that it makes a dramatic difference having a buffer zone. My point really is it also makes a big difference when you consider the adjacent wind farms or large gaps within a wind farm. In terms of the buffer zone, I referred you back to the hazard assessment that was done by Prestwick, where they consider wind farms that are within 3 nautical miles as being one. So even the ATC operational people at Prestwick are considering the area, in my opinion, that includes a buffer zone.
Yeah, on a cumulative basis. No, it doesn't include a buffer zone. It's not a buffer zone, Mr. Ingalls. It's a zone where you have to look at the operational interaction between wind farms. That's not a buffer zone in the way that it was used previously to calculate the probability of detection, is it?
I disagree. I think when they're looking at it, they're considering the wider area, and without the opportunity to talk to them directly and explore this, so I interpreted it because from an operational point of view, they are only considered with a 3 nautical mile area around the wind farm.
Well,
I recommend the reporter have a look at it.
Yeah, you're quite right, Mr. Ingalls, and I'm grateful for you pointing that out and accepting it, that they have considered the wider area in their operational impact assessment. But that is getting a stage beyond what I am particularly asking you about at the moment, which is the probability of detection of the impact of the effects of, as the CAA put it, of Craig-and-Moddy and Carrick. And I'd suggest to you that my understanding from your acceptance that Glasgow Prestwick Airport's approach is valid, acceptable and reasonable is that in carrying out that calculation, you should not include a buffer zone. Do I understand you correctly?
When I answered that question, I did continue to point out you need to consider other things. So I think from an operational point of view.
Could you answer the question first, Mr. Ingalls? It's going to be very difficult for the reporters if you go on to give your explanation before you answer the question. Do you accept given that it's an acceptable, valid, acceptable and reasonable way of calculating the probability of detection, you should not use a buffer zone?
I accept what the CAA say. I do not accept that you shouldn't consider the use of a buffer zone.
Well, I find that illogical, Mr. Ingalls, and no doubt that's something I and Mr. MacLeod can comment on in our closing submissions.
Well, maybe Mr. Kirkland could help when you have him in the stand to explain how he considers the region, and that would help the report.
Absolutely, that's a matter of operational impact, and I'm very happy, and no doubt I will be asking Mr. Kirkland that himself, and if I forget to, Mr. MacLeod will, but that's going on to stage 2, if I can put it that way. If we come back to your paragraph 4, you say that additional processing enhances processing of the track targets. Now, I understand it from Mr. Fido, there's going to be no additional processing. And in any event, capacity is no part of the airport's case at this inquiry, is it?
It's not. I agree that it's not an issue. The processing may be badly worded. I assumed these need to be validated, and so that when Terma say they now have an improvement in the sense of where they've got overlapping regions, they can still do detection. In other words, the ellipsoid becomes smaller. That will require some algorithms and some additional processing. So the point I was trying to make is that there is additional capacity available to cope with that with a lot of headroom. So I don't think we are disagreeing. Maybe I should have put it in context a little bit more, but I think Mr. Fido might on that.
Let's see if we can agree, Mr. Ingalls. I think Mr. Fido accepts there is going to be additional capacity, but that doesn't change the function nor the areas of black holes or non-detection. Can we agree that?
Well, Terma is saying that the ellipsoid effectively becomes smaller as the processing can now allow for. Without talking to Terma direct, these are difficult issues, but I wasn't making a major point other than there is adequate processing within the system to do what they claim it does. So you're right, it wasn't a major issue at this inquiry.
Okay, thank you. I think, Mr. Fight, we can agree to disagree about whether the ellipsoid is going to become smaller, and I'll ask Mr. Fido more about that, because the airport have been talking to Terma in the last 9 months. Could we then go on to paragraph 8 of your recognition? And hopefully we can take this reasonably quickly. You refer in the last line here to the original Terma method. You've now read the correspondence. There was no original Terma method which included a buffer zone, was there?
Believe there was, because if you look at where Terma's been deployed elsewhere, they've used a buffer zone.
No, that is, and Terma make it clear, that's because they were instructed to include a buffer zone. Now, I'm not going to go through the correspondence with you because it's, no, Mr. Ingles, let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
The Terma, by calling it the original Terma method, you're suggesting to the reader of this document that Terma suggested a buffer zone should be included. What I'm putting to is that the Terma correspondence shows that they only included it because they were instructed to by those who wanted them to carry out the calculations. So it's not correct or accurate to call it a Terma method. Do you accept that?
Not totally, no.
Well,
I think. Okay, you let me finish.
Mr. Ingles, I'm not going to go through the correspondence, waste time doing that. But if you're suggesting that Terma, it was part of the original Terma methodology to include a buffer zone, I can note that and we can deal with that in closing submissions, because it's clearly not. You say in paragraph 9 that Mr.
Hang on. So apologies, Mr. Inglis has tried to make a point a couple of times there, and it may be that Mr. Finlay didn't pick him up, but I think he does have something else that he wants to say before Mr. Finlay moves on.
Okay, very, very well.
So, yeah, my wording may not be great, to be fair, but in the earlier days of doing these kind of calculations, there is no way that Terma would not have been involved in discussions as the manufacturer of the kit about how you do the calculation. So in the early days, all parties would have agreed that a sensible thing to do is to have a buffer zone. Now, I'm going back quite a while, so when I'm using the word original, I'm predating this application by some time. I do accept that, having more recently discussed how it should be done, that Terma have adopted, well, we'll do what we want to, we're instructed to do. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that in the past, Terma would have not been party to the conversation and agreed, particularly in 2015 when you bought the equipment. I'm sure those sort of discussions would have been held.
Do you have any evidence of that, Mr. Ingles, to show that Terma ever suggested a buffer zone should be included in the calculation, apart from your supposition?
I have evidence from other wind farms where it's been used and the buffer's been applied. So, and I think it's hard to point to Terma or an air navigation service provider say they did it, we didn't. There are discussions on these things, particularly between the engineers, as to what is reasonable. Now that may have changed because of this application. I'm not making a major point of it. I'm just saying history, says that at the time all parties agreed to it.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't say that. What history says, Mr. Ingles, and I'm surprised you're reluctant to accept it, is that Terma have made clear that they've only ever included a buffer zone in their instructions because they were asked to do so.
Ultimately, they are, because they'll want a purchase order to do the study, and it will state on there, include the buffer zone. But prior to doing them, there would have been discussions about the best way to do it. They've got radar engineers that are expert. ANSPs have their engineers and have their consultants. So they would discuss how best to do it, and the purchase order would arrive telling them to do it. So I'm not sure where you're going with this. I accept that things have moved on. I'm just making the point that in the past it was, fairly standard to do. And I think, again, if evidence is needed for that, then we'll go find some. But I hadn't really expected to be challenged on it, to be honest.
Well, I'm surprised at that because I understood that the buffer, until you gave your evidence this morning, was an issue, or certainly approach to calculation without a buffer was an issue between us.
Mr. Fido's been involved on many of these occasions where the buffer zone has been discussed. So I suspect Mr. Fido, who has historically supported the term of deployment, will be able to give you some more evidence and examples.
I'm sure Mr. Fido will, and no doubt he can be asked about that. And I'm grateful that you're referring to his expertise in that matter. Could we move on to paragraph 9?
Mr. Findlay, I wonder if it's a good time to have a short break for Mr. Inglis's benefit. That's just over half an hour.
I was going to ask that as well.
Thanks very much.
Just another 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, just need to.
Thank you.
A few minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is that everybody back? I don't see Mr. Finlay yet, but he's there.
We're just coming.
It's fine. Zoom back in. Hey, Mr. McLeod, are you there also? Yeah, you're there. Great.
I am.
If you would like to continue, Mr. Finlay.
Those aspects of your evidence which deal with potential term improvements. And I was just in the midst of, because many of the questions I was going to ask you about have been overtaken by the issues we've dealt with already. And just say that I'm not accused of missing it. In paragraphs 16 and 17 of your precognition, that's CD 11267, you return to the subject of PD and FTRs. And I've asked you the questions I want to ask you about that. And we've identified an area of disagreement between you and Mr. Fido. So I'm not going to ask you in further detail about those paragraphs. Could we go on to then VHF? Because I think that dealt with the term improvements as well. Could we go to the CAA evidence to the inquiry, which is CD 16118? And again, it's seeing if we can deal with this as briefly as possible. Do you have that this time, or would you like me to read it out to you?
If you can read it out, it's probably easier for me.
Okay, so it is answer to question B on electronic page 5. The VHF safeguarding assessment on the Craig and Moddy and Carrick proposed wind farms was outlined to the CAA on 10th November 2023 in a virtual briefing. Appears consistent with the guidance contained in the CAA publication CAP 670 Gen 02 Appendix A Method 2. I'm going to pause there for a moment. That identifies the test in the CAP document that the CAA seek to have applied. And that's the test that I think that, or the exam question, I think it's sometimes called, that both you and Mr. Fido have carried out, come to slightly different conclusions, but not that different. Is that broadly correct? But I don't think the that helps us not having to go into the detail of that. Give me a moment. And following that meeting, the airport wrote to the CAA, and I think it might be helpful just to have a quick look at this. It's CD 11223. And it's page 4 of that letter, paragraph 26 onwards, that deals with VHF specifically, and then let me know what
2 pages. Am I looking at the right document?
may be wrong. It should be my apologies. It should be a letter of 8th December 2023. 224, I'm told, sorry. Should be a letter from Glasgow Airport to Tom Kirkhope.
Okay, and what was the reference you gave within it?
And it was on page 4, paragraph 26.
Okay, I've got that now, thank you.
Do you have that, Mr. Ingles?
No, but if you read it again, I'll be fine with it. I've read all these things several times over, so.
I'm not going to read paragraphs 26 to 32, but I'll summarize them. Okay, so what Mr. Thompson is doing is setting out questions that remain following the meeting. So he points out paragraph 26, the application of the test I've just referred to, that the CAA had agreed the test had not been met. Don't know whether it would be the case for the second inquiry. Given the airport is obliged to follow CAP 670, the results of VHF assessment mean it has to proceed on the basis there is an adverse technical impact. 31, as discussed, CAP 670 does not provide any guidance on whether the results of the calculations will be acceptable or not, or the steps the airport is expected to make them acceptable. And that's the position I would expect you would agree with. CAP 670 doesn't say that, does it? Doesn't give you any answer to acceptability.
I agree.
He then asks questions for the airport. Are the calculations unacceptable? If so, what steps does it expect the airport to take? And is the CAA prepared to accept isolated pockets of airspace where the test is not met? If so, what would the conditions of such acceptance be? Those are all clearly moving on from passing the test or failing the test to the operational implications and what sort of safety case the CAA would accept, which is, they're all sensible questions to ask, aren't they?
Yeah.
Good. If we then go back to see the airport, the CAA's evidence to this inquiry, which you don't have, but I'll continue reading. So, ma'am, for your note, that's back to 16118, page 5, question B. They say, we also take note of the type of operations that the airport routinely services. Now, just pausing there, that's clearly the CAA having regard to operational impact, isn't it?
Yes.
We are concerned with the potential impacts of the air traffic services and therefore with the ability of Glasgow Prestwick Airport to maintain safe area navigation services in the area of its responsibility. So if the CAA are concerned, surely it's right for Glasgow Prestwick Airport to be concerned.
Yes.
And do you agree or do you disagree with the CAA on the basis of the evidence as they understand it?
I agree. And as you mentioned, the safety case would need to look at the operational impact, and the concerns of the CAA, which is the word they use, need to be addressed. And I believe they can be addressed in a safety case. So I don't disagree with the CAA, but I think there's another step to follow, which looks at the specifics in each area.
Okay, so if we come back to the,
well,
my apologies, I didn't mean to cut you off. If we come back to the question the reporters asked, which was whether the effects on VHF infrastructure are a legitimate concern of the airport, the answer must be yes.
It's always a yes. It's a legitimate concern that VHS cover meets your requirements. I mean, that's.
But it's not just
always.
It's a concern in this case, given the answer of the CAA, that they're aware of the calculations, they're aware of the operational impact. They're saying it's a legitimate concern. The answer to that question in the context of this case must be yes, is it not?
Yes, I mean, I think you've gone a step too far in terms of what we do to demonstrate why it's safe in a safety case. They say they're concerned. Safety case answers the question, doesn't it?
So one can't just, what one can take from that is that one can't just say, oh, well, it doesn't really matter that you failed the test because you're uncertain as to what level of impact there's going to be on VHF communications, or that they're only going to be below 2,000 feet, or that they're only going to be in the vicinity of the wind farm. The CAA would know all that, but they're still concerned.
I think you have to put your argument to the CA to address the concern. I wasn't at the meeting, but you know, there are other areas where there's absolutely behind hills, there's no communication. The CA would be concerned that that may be impacting your operation, but it's a reality, and the operational impact has clearly been addressed. So I think you're making a bit of a leap to say therefore it's a problem.
I'm not sure I am, because the CAA are clearly expecting Glasgow Prestwick Airport to do something about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have answered the reporters in the way they have. So they're not treating it just as if it was a terrain interference, are they?
No, they would want something to be done about it, to use your words, but that could be procedural, that could be other things. But whatever you come up with has to go in the safety case. So I think in some ways, I don't think we're disagreeing. It's just you're ignoring the next step.
Yeah, and we do have a safety case, a safety assessment. You on VHF, you haven't been asked any questions about it. I'm not going to ask you any questions about it. I think those are all my questions for you, Mr. Ingalls.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If you could just give me a little minute and we'll see if we have any questions for you, Mr. Ingalls.
Okay.
I've got a couple, I think. Not in any particular order, but I will start just with something that relates to what you've been talking about there. If we could go to paragraph 64 of, I think it's your, it must be your inquiry report. We can get that. Yes, so CD 11265. So paragraph 64, Mr. Inglis, you're talking about the potential operational mitigation. I think you were suggesting something similar to Mr. Parkinson, that one level of mitigation, this is in relation to VHF impacts. One type of mitigation would be AIP notification or repeating messaging that's coming in from the pilot or from the airport. Is there any other operational or technical mitigation that you expect might be possible short of an additional VHF sensor?
Probably not. In my experience, those mitigations are normally applied simply because the cost of putting in repeaters is prohibitive to most airports. So I think they normally find other ways of dealing with any areas of potentially bad communications, such as Mr. Parkinson outlined.
So it would be those main two types of mitigation that you're talking about, or is that the same thing effectively? Well, no, there's the actual AIP notification, so that would be alerting pilots to there being poor coverage, and then also this approach of repeating messages. So there's two slightly different things.
They are different things, and whether it's significant enough to put it in the AIP or not, if it was a very small region, they may not be concerned. The AIP is there as part of pilot briefing to tell them that there's potential issues in that area. I'm not aware of anyone using repeater stations to cover areas of poor communication, other than that's the en route system.
Okay. There's not any other mitigation that you're aware of or thinking of that would be suitable?
No,
or technically?
You'd probably have to put several people in a room just to explore that a little bit more. I can't think of anything now.
Okay.
If you had a room full of controllers and others, you may come up with something, but I can't think of anything like this.
Okay, thank you. If we go back to the point that Mr. Finlay was discussing with you about the turbines facing the same direction, it was just a point of clarification there. So that was, I think, paragraph 47 of your inquiry report. You were talking about, you just get that back. Yeah, turbines all facing in the same direction, and Mr. Finlay questioned you on that, and he took you to the conditions, condition 8, proposed condition H, 8, item 3. And I wondered if we could just look at that. So that's CD 16101. And that, if you recall, was the top of page 7, I think it is, item 3. So is it your understanding that that item in the condition talks about the blades, the direction of the blades turning, or about the direction of the turbine itself in relation to the wind?
I'm not familiar with this particular document, and the wording's not great, is it? But the principle that the turbines are rotating and pointing at the same distant position. So if maybe go back a bit, if you imagine it as a wagon wheel with spokes on it, if one wind farm is pointing directly at the radio receiver transmitters, you would have maximum problem with reflections and interference, etc. And other things. As you go around the circumference of the wagon wheel, if all the turbines are still facing in the same direction, they have less impact on the radios. So if you take the point they're all rotating together, even as you move around the arc, the impact becomes less. So you'll never get this wall effect to the extent that it's being claimed. And then, as mentioned, although that's a principle that they all point in the same direction, in reality there is some variation. And there was, there's I think it was Dr. Rudd, was it, did some studies on this sort of thing. He says there's a lot of variability on these wind turbines.
Yeah, I think, sorry, Mr. Inglis, I think I understand that point. I think it was just about whether that condition that Mr. Findlay took us to was actually talking about the direction of the blades, just the blades, rather than the actual turbine itself. But it's not necessarily something you can answer, because I haven't asked you to look at that before. So.
No, I don't really know the document in the context, but I just took guidance in the question really, so it probably needs a bit more looking into.
It's fine.
As I said, assumptions for dating.
Okay. If we could go. Yeah, slightly different point. If we could go to paragraph 21 of your inquiry report, so that's CD 11265. So in paragraph 21, do you have that in front of you?
No, I don't really get it. All my colleagues will. I can't remember most of these things anyway.
So that paragraph, you're talking about the wind farm radar mitigation system, and it contains a number of components. And you say at the end of that paragraph that this will be used along with information from TERMA by the system to present the combined information. So I just wondered, what do you mean when you say along with information from TERMA? Do you mean the optimized clutter-free picture, or is it some other information that's being added in?
So they take a feed from Lowther Hill to provide secondary radar, as mentioned by others. So although it's called a multi-radar tracker, that's a bit of a grand name, because all they're doing is combining two sources, with one secondary and one primary, so that the controller is presented with a single dot on the screen rather than two. And that's been done for about 30 years or more, quite successfully. And this is the simplest form of implementing that. you buy a multi-radar tracker when, as the name suggests, you're going to have multiple sources. So if you had several primary radars, several secondary radars, there's some clever algorithms that work out which is the best source to take to give you the best position, or combination thereof. So the term multi-radar tracker really just means plot combination.
Sorry, multi-radar tracker is not the term that you're using in that paragraph, and you do talk about the secondary surveillance radar being included, and then you say this will be used along with information from TERMA. So I just wondered if there was some other information that you're talking about there, or were you just talking about the combination of the primary and the secondary?
I was just talking about the combination primary, secondary. I mean, moving forward, Mr. Fido's probably got the MRT version, so that if they get another source of primary data, they could indeed do what's referred to as data fusion. So he has future-proofed it in that sense, and there may be an opportunity to do them.
Okay, thank you. And I think my final question was just around paragraph 24, so a little bit further on in the same document, CD 11265. And it's just a little discussion about the buffer. So would you say that even if there were no buffer, would it not be the case that 3 consecutive tracks would have been detected by an optimized TERMA before the aircraft enters the wind farm boundary? So effectively that the system was operating effectively up into the edge of whatever that dot-to-dot line is?
It's a very good question, because what Mr. Fido is assuming is that there's 100% detection around his area. And I think you might get to 97%. I mean, TERMA may be fantastic and it may be 9 or 100. But the whole principle of his calculation is based on every aircraft outside of his debate is going to be detected and tracked before it enters. Which leads on to, if we knew now what the PD was in that region, and we did a PD reduction factor using just Mr. Fido's method, or perhaps our view that there should be some kind of buffer, you would have a more definitive answer. My understanding is that flight trials were done July last year over the wind farms, but the NATS report has yet to be issued stating what the PD is. Now, if the NATS report comes back and says it's 100%, and using whoever's method says it's going to go down by 5, you still have 95%, and nobody would be concerned. Conversely, if the report says that the cover is just about on 90, any reduction would be something you would have to look into. So I'm a bit mystified as to why it's taken 9 months, July last year, maybe more, to do the radar analysis. We do this routinely. We can do the initial analysis in a week and write a formal report in 4 weeks. So I don't know where that data is, but if you had it as a reporter, I think it would bring a lot of clarity, and it would be useful to have it at this inquiry.
Okay, thank you. I don't know whether that's something that will emerge through the airport's evidence, or whether they know what's happening with that. I think that's all my questions. Did Mr. Bray or Mr. Reid want to ask anything else?
No questions from me.
No questions from me.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. McLeod, would you like to carry on with re-examination, or would you like a short break?
I'll maybe just look to Mr. Inglis. I've only got 2 questions. You sure? Yeah. Okay. Right. So two brief questions. You've actually picked up a couple of the points that I was going to pick up, Ms. Leaven. So one relates, just following on from a question the reporter asked you about the buffer zone. Can you just reiterate why you say a buffer zone is still relevant in this case, given that you've accepted that a PD calculation over the wind farm is also relevant?
So if you look at Mr. Fido's method, in one of the when you do the dot-to-dot, don't need to be, but it's a dot-to-dot method, you end up with some very jagged areas where it goes to the centre of the wind farm and straight out. ATC aren't interested in that. We're interested in a more wider region and a more smoothed area. Now, whether the buffer zone is 200 metres, a kilometre, 2.5 or 3, I think is for others to determine. But to base everything on a jagged edged polygon of just a few hundred metres, it's nothing. The real world isn't like that, and hopefully Mr. Kirkland can confirm that he wouldn't be looking at the zigzag edges. He would just understand in this area there was an issue, be it comms or radar or anything else. Actually, it just doesn't work like that.
Okay, thank you. And I think the only other question that's not been covered is in response to some questions about what Terma improvements might do to detectability. You said at one point that the upgrade would put more energy onto the targets. And can you just explain in layman's terms what you mean by that and what relevance it has?
So to obtain the 40 nautical miles, I believe has been quite a challenge for the original Terma with 3 kilowatt transmitter power, and was one of the reasons they increased the power to 6 kilowatts. And what that does is put more energy on every target. So small targets at 40 nautical miles hopefully are now detected, and the target size is defined in CAP 670. Actually, it's 1 metre square. But the energy will also increase the illuminate the turbines closer in as well, and any small aircraft closer in that perhaps you weren't able to detect for whatever reason will now have more energy on them and have much more reflected energy back to the system. So by increasing the power, you improve the range, but you also improve the ability to detect small targets close in. And that's the point I was trying to make. So if you have small targets, particularly around the wind farm, you're more likely to detect they're in these sort of larger gaps because the turbines aren't arranged like soldiers.
Thank you. And those are the only questions I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McLeod, and thank you, Mr. Inglis, for your evidence. So we'll now turn to the airport. We're only just after 12 o'clock, so I'd like to push on if that's okay with you. We could have a short 5-minute break just before we do that, if that suits everybody.
Yeah, can I suggest a short 5-minute break whilst Mr. Smith sets up and we deal with his evidence in chief, and then break for lunch and then start cross-examination after lunch?
Yes, that sounds fine. So perhaps 12:15, come back at 12:15, just give you a few more minutes.
Well, there's just two points, if I may,
Yes.
having listened to all of that this morning. I'd like to submit an additional document following the questioning this morning, and that is Mr. Fido's report from the Sankatu inquiry, and that section which is referred to in paragraph 4.45 of the Sankatu report. So in the report, there is reference to part of Mr. Fido's report from the Sankatu decision. I've looked through the core documents, and it doesn't appear to me that as though that's in. Now, when put in, I don't mind, for context, all of Mr. Fido's report. The bit I'm interested in is that paragraph or that section that's referenced in the report, and that is section 1.6.8 and 1.6.9. So we've got copies of that. We can do that electronically, certainly before Mr. Fido gives evidence. It may be that it's relevant to Mr. Thompson as well. We'll circulate that. The second point is really clarification, and it's that point about the NATS flight trials which took place in July of 2023. And we have got correspondence from NATS informing us that the GPA have had those reports. So they're not with NATS, they are with GPA. And I mean, that can come in, it may be that can be subject to question, but the delay is not from NATS, it's from the airport. So that correspondence can come if required. It's certainly following on from the evidence of Mr. Inglis. It would be extremely helpful if that, either you could ask or whether or not that could be provided. It may answer a few questions.
Okay, so on the first point, so that's a reference within, did you say is CD
It's
830?
Yes, it is. It's in the
Within that
Sanker
document.
report. It's 4.45 of the report. It's that report that we'd like to put in.
Okay, so do Mr. Finlay or Mr. McLeod want to respond on that? Would you be happy for that information to be provided?
I certainly have no issue.
I've had no notice for this, so I'd like to respond. Somebody could just have a go at that cable and then hopefully. Is that, hopefully that's better.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, carry on.
Yes, I've had no notice of that, so I'm going to like to respond to that when we've had a chance to consider it, which will be over lunch, to both points.
Okay, so that's about the second one as well. Mr. McLeod, have you got anything else to say about the second point?
No.
No, that's fine. So the airport will come back to both of us, back to us on both of those at lunchtime. Okay, so we'll have a short break now, and we might actually just push it on a little bit long. So maybe just 20 past. If you could come back at 20 past. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is that everybody back and ready to commence? Mr. Finlay?
Thank you. I can't now see Mr. Smith on my screen. It may be the screen. Here we are. Excellent. Welcome. You're Philip Edward Smith. You're employed by Glasgow Airport as the manager of air traffic control. Is that correct, Mr. Smith?
That's correct, Mr. Finn.
Thank you. You set out your experience and we're taking your recognition as read. What I'd like to do to start off with is just go to the video clips in your which you refer to from para 17 onwards. We've looked at one of these already, but if we start at your paragraph 17.1, I'll ask that be brought up and shared. That seems to have come up quicker today, which is good. Now, well, you talk us through this, but give instructions when you want the video to be stopped and started and run back. But before we even start it, you might just want to point out to the reporter what she can see on the screen at the moment, and we'll try and use the cursor to keep up with the points you're making.
Sure. No, I think that's a good idea. Obviously, Mr. Wiley ran through some of this yesterday, where you were presented with one of the clips that we'll review again, part of this process, which showed what stuff looks like on the tarmac, for want of a better expression. So this is our existing PSR S511 radar display that you're seeing here, and we attempted to mark the same sort of like light blue polygon where it as a sort of nominal area where we think these proposed developments may introduce clutter. And then within that, you've got some orange sort of straight lines which delineate Prestwick's controlled airspace. The airport itself is sort of top right. Yeah, there you can see that Ian's moving the cursor around to try and highlight these things. You've got the extended runway center lines. So the one we're particularly interested in for the purposes of the kind of routes we utilize is that one running out from the airport to the southeast, runway 30 approach. This aircraft that you're seeing in this clip is actually positioning, however, for the other runway. So it's going to route up towards the northwest and then make a right turn and reposition back inbound to the airfield from the northwest for runway 12. And I tried to pick some clips that just give you a sense of perhaps the use of this airspace, particularly with regard to arriving IFR aircraft. So arriving from the airway system predominantly in receipt of a radar control service. And this one is to sort of illustrate, there is some dialogue which accompanies these in my recognition, which perhaps you may or may not have had the opportunity to read through. But the aircraft, there are two aspects to the way it's shown on the display. The first one, which is probably easiest, is the SSR label. So that's the SSR radar data that you're seeing there. The call sign is JAG76, and then below it is the altitude, or in this instance, flight level. It changes at around about 6,000 feet. But for all intents and purposes, it's about 7,400 feet. And there's a downward arrow next to that on the right, which indicates the aircraft is descending at this point. So that's the SSR data. The primary data is presented in a very different. So the SSR data is presented to us in a form that's very similar to what you'll see in the tarmac. The primary data is effectively on this older type of radar displayed in pretty much raw format. So you have the aircraft itself, which is where Ian has the cursor at the moment, which is the stronger yellow return. and it's pretty much coincident with the SSR return. However, not entirely, because the SSR feed, as has been explained, comes from Lowtherhill, which is about 21 miles to the southeast of the airfield, and the radar antenna there rotates a different rotational speed to that of our primary surveillance radar, which is located at the airport. So the update rate, I think, is about 5 or 6 seconds, whereas the primary radar updates every 4 seconds. So you'll see that those two returns, they are not linked together within the system. So there is no MRT being applied to what you're seeing here. So the two returns will kind of move along and not be quite in sync with each other. On a day-to-day basis, the controllers are used to that, but it's a significant change when we move to the Terma system. It's worth, just highlighting that point, that the feeds arrive separately and are then combined by the MRT, as it's known. Enough. Sorry.
Before we move on, there's an area of green behind the plane. What is that showing?
Okay, so that's, yeah, you're quite right. That's the trail history. So behind that, in the same way that Terma displays these plots as little white dots, the old style PSR displays it as that sort of blob that you kind of like see in all the old black and white movies, etc. So that's where the aircraft was in the past, and those updates arrive every 4 seconds. It's just a short clip, so 10 seconds.
But just before we move on to that, there's some green on broadly above JAGS 76. What's that showing?
Yeah, so these are areas of existing wind farm clutter. So that one is Dersalach Hill, and you can see it. The clutter does vary depending on the wind conditions, predominantly, I would guess. Again, I'm not a radar expert, and I'll let others speak to that. But you can see it's a fairly significant area, and to the west of the aircraft, there's another area which is more kind of fragmented, and that's Hadyard Hill. And the aircraft in question in this instance is kind of transiting at right angles, pretty much perpendicular to where we anticipate that the developments may generate further clutter effectively. So it's just to try and illustrate the point that in this example, the aircraft is going to transit that airspace at right angles, so we'll spend less time amongst where there may be some clutter, so perhaps less likelihood of drop plots or tracks. And if you could just play it there, Ian. And as I say, it's fairly short. Hopefully that's kind of giving you some background on just what the controller's looking at on the display and the issues with clutter.
Right. Could we then go to 17.3, which is the same plot but with on the Terma radar, with the purpose here, ma'am, is to show you the difference Terma makes to the clutter.
So yeah, if you just play the clip, it's only 15 seconds, and then I can just talk briefly about it perhaps afterwards. But as you can see, the display is what we would say a lot cleaner. You can quite clearly see that the returns have been combined, as Mr. Wiley spoke of yesterday. So you have a cross and a plus sign superimposed. You've got the same SSR data block, showing a slightly different altitude, but bearing in mind this is a test system, so there may be slight differences. And the clutter, the two, Hadyard Hill and Dersalach, have disappeared, as it were. So it presents the data in a much cleaner format, less distraction to the controller, and allows them to focus perhaps on what the aircraft are doing. It's worth pointing out that just to the south of the aircraft there is another return there, That is a mode S, as I understand it, data block, which is like a test monitor for Louder Hill itself. So it's showing a level of minus or level at 729. So that's what's that about? That's very high up effectively. It's 73,000 feet. So it's just there as a sort of self-test for the actual SSR system itself. It's not to be confused with an air. I think that's about all that. Unless
Grateful. Thank you, Mr. Smith. No, that's helpful. If we, what I propose to do now, because is having demonstrated the difference between the current radar and Terma radar, is to stick with the Terma radar because we're primarily concerned with the post-Terma optimized world. So the clip at 17.2 is mirrored by the clip at 17.5 in the same way the two clips we've just looked at are. So if we could go to the clip at 17.5 next. 1 second. 120. So it's CD 11120. But the description of what's being shown is the same for 17.2 and 17.5. So again, before we run the clip, if you just talk us through what we're seeing there.
Sure. So actually, in paragraph 17.2 of my precognition, there is, although it relates to the 511 radar, some of the content explains that in this scenario, the Ryanair 7 X-ray Tango, which you can see there at the sort of center of the screen with a trail history that suggests it's being vectored to the northeast, is going to be transiting through this block for a longer period of time. We anticipate it's going to spend a longer period of time tracking through potentially an area of extended clutter that extends from west to east. So perhaps that's going to result in a higher potential for either dropped plots or potentially a dropped track.
Can I just interrupt you for a moment? Sure. We heard yesterday evidence from Mr. Wiley, I think, about RNAV routes. That's what you said, that's being vectored. So that's not following an RNAV route, as I understand it. Roughly what proportion of the traffic in your view, follows RNAV routes in the way that Mr. Wiley suggested?
I think, again, it's in my precognition, but generally speaking, day to day, it's probably 10%, perhaps less, maybe a little bit more. We're not required to retain statistics. However, we do have a log since their introduction. I'd say it would be comprehensive. It is perhaps anomalous, but it's been running for a few years now since we went through the airspace change process. So yeah, not a particularly high percentage at the moment.
You can come back to your description, please.
Certainly. So the other thing worth of note, and Mr. Wiley mentioned this yesterday, is the other aircraft just to the northwest of the Ryanair, with approximately a perpendicular track. And in the S511 video, you can actually see, I think it's, well, maybe there's another clip we have, but certainly in one of them, there's what I assume to be either a helicopter or a light aircraft operating that area below controlled airspace, because it's showing there an altitude of 3,600 feet, and it indicates that perhaps it's climbing. I don't think it climbs very much more than that, because we wouldn't anticipate that it would, because it's it's receiving a service from another ANSP, which is probably Scottish Information on frequency 119.875. And it's worth noting that they are unable to provide, because the service is provided by what's known as an FISO, and they operate with a lesser level of qualification, shall we say, than an air traffic controller. So they can only provide an alerting and basic service. They cannot provide radar services. which is why it's wearing a particular squawk that has been code call sign converted for the purposes of this video to show as FIR. So that indicates to the controller at Prestwick that it is receiving a service from another ANSP, and it's a useful piece of information. But certainly one of the clips, you'll see that as one of these light aircraft transits through an area of existing clutter at Adyard Hill, it lands in and merges quite readily, and you can't see it. But it is fair to say that on Terma, as Mr. Wiley pointed out yesterday, the plot history is good, and there don't appear to be any drop plots in this instance. And we're not, I don't think the airport's trying to say that this is going to be something that's going to occur all the time on a day-by-day basis, but the potential is there, and I think Mr. Linda spoke to that.
I think Mr. Ingalls gave evidence this morning that as far as, just check my note of it. That the chances of a drop plot would be fairly low. You're not an expert, but even if it was fairly, you're not a radar expert, which is the point you've just made. But if, as an air traffic controller, is it a matter of concern to you that that there's a fairly low chance of a drop, that successive drop plots?
Successive drop plots, again, I'll reiterate the point, I'm not a radar expert, and I don't know in practice what the likelihood of that is going to be. You know, all the theoretical modelling, etc., and flight trials have been done, to be fair, over some of the wind farms, I believe. And the PD, whichever way you want to assess it, is generally pretty good. You know, the Terma is a good radar, but the likelihood of successive drop plots is obviously less than the likelihood of a single drop plot, I would guess.
So I'm sorry, I didn't make myself clear, and it's my fault. I'm not asking you to give your view as to the likelihood of drop plots, because, as you say, that's not in your expertise. But just again, looking at this, this radar return doesn't alert you to the fact that there are black holes or areas of no detection.
Yeah, that's correct. So it presents you with a lovely picture, perhaps lulls you into a false sense of security, because the black holes, for want of a better expression, are those areas where the Terma has been optimized, as I understand it, to remove the radar clutter, because it still exists on the Terma display in its raw format, in the same way that 511 picks up lots of stuff. It's removed by the process of optimization, but it leaves this area, as I understand it, where there is no detection. And that is not visible to the controller. Those areas are not marked. They're not, because again, if you were to mark them, you'd be introducing some type of clutter onto the display again. So I think the expression's been used before, that it's perhaps not a silver bullet.
But as an air traffic controller, are you concerned about the prospect of a lost plot?
Absolutely. So the challenge with a lost plot is that as soon as you notice that one is dropped, you're immediately alerted, or your attention's drawn to the fact that there's perhaps a potential for another one to be dropped. So it's a distraction. It's perhaps not large, but if we start to see dropped plots more frequently over a larger area, then it could become of concern, because apart from the distracting influence of it, it suggests that performance isn't perhaps where it should be.
And so that's talking about single drop plots. If the plot drops off altogether, is that of concern to you?
Absolutely. There's been some talk about SSR being a sort of mitigation for the drop of a track. It's not quite that straightforward. As it stands at the moment, our local procedures are that if let's say, for example, you take these two aircraft and they're both under the control of Prestwick, and you lose the track, say, of the light aircraft as it transits to the southeast. You then don't know where it is anymore in relation to the Ryanair 7 X-ray Tango, except for the fact that rightly you've still got, let's assume you've still got the SSR displayed. However, as it stands, our separation criteria between SSR returns is 10 nautical miles laterally. So let's say these aircraft were at a similar level, the FIR primary return disappears, then you're into a situation whereby you've perhaps had a technical loss of separation because the two SSR returns are within that 10 nautical mile boundary. Because on a day-to-day basis, we are using the primary radar source for our lateral separation purposes, not SSR.
And that example you've just given is of an aircraft of concern which has SSR. But if the aircraft didn't have a transponder in it, so SSR wasn't picking it up, how would that affect your level of concern?
So in this instance, with these two aircraft, one is outside controlled airspace and one is within it. So your level of concern is reduced as long as you can still see this aircraft. If it disappears off the PSR, then again you kind of it's kind of laid down that aircraft within controlled airspace and those outside it are generally separated or deemed to be separated. However, if they were both in the same volume of airspace, whether that was controlled or uncontrolled, similar levels, then yeah, you'd be deeply concerned at that point because all of a sudden you can't see one of them. And if it's a primary return only, you have no height information because SSR provides that vertical information. Primary radar doesn't. So therefore, the only way you can ascertain that information is to ask the pilot, is to check with the pilot to a certain level at that point.
And I think it was being put to you that many of the aircraft that you provide services to do have transponders in them. But in terms of the aircraft that you're picking up in terms of your surveillance operational function, how common is it for you to pick up aircraft without an SSR transponder in them?
So it doesn't happen regularly on a day-to-day basis, perhaps, but it does happen. And it's true to say that the vast majority of aircraft do these days have a transponder fitted. They're relatively cheap to purchase, etc. But there are still aircraft that aren't transponder equipped. But also there are variations there are differences, perhaps, shall we say, between SSR radar coverage and PSR radar coverage, particularly if you consider the fact that our SSR coverage is derived from a remote location, shall we say. So there may be instances when, even if an aircraft is transponder equipped, you may not see that, but you may see an associated primary return, and the SSR return may pop up, as it were, after you've seen the PSR, or vice versa.
And then just again, you mentioned the word pop-up there. What pop-up scenarios have you experienced at Prestwick?
So I think probably the most common one would be military traffic. Sometimes it's positioning inbound to the airfield, and it's perhaps exiting from the low-level flying areas to the south of the airfield over the Galloway Hills. And You may be sat there observing the radar, and all of a sudden you might see single primary return. And then perhaps a few seconds later, perhaps a couple of missed plots, and then you'll get another one. And your gut instinct might say, oh, that's slightly unusual to see two returns just pop up like that. And in that instance, it might be that the traffic you've been forewarned that it's arriving at the airport, and you can make allowances and perhaps let your colleagues know that fast jet aircraft is giving them a warning that it's approaching the airfield, so they can integrate it into the VFR traffic that's in the local circuit pattern at the airport, for example. But also it allows you, so say for example the FIR aircraft in that example there was receiving a service from Prestwick, which I think you can see in one of the other clips on the terminal, where the label, SSR label, is GA, which is General Aviation. It's just what we use, and it's wearing one of our conspicuity squats. So that allows the FIR control, FIR, the people providing other ANSPs potentially providing services, to understand that that's most likely in receipt of a service from Prestwick, that aircraft. So in that instance, it allows you to perhaps provide traffic information to that light aircraft, even if they're just receiving a basic service. Whilst it may not be a requirement to provide traffic information under a basic service, there's an argument that if something's sort of heading towards it at 400 knots or whatever, it would be perhaps wise to mention it to them.
Yeah, no, it was suggested, I think, yesterday that radars and even Terma wouldn't pick up microlights or gliders. What do you say in response to that?
So I think, was it Mr. Parkinson or Mr. Wiley, in fact, said that there aren't any notified gliding areas around Prestwick. And to be fair, I think that's correct. However, we do see microlights. Again, I think he mentioned the bulk of those perhaps operate out of Straven, which is up near Lanark, I believe. And there are a significant number there. And we do see them, particularly during the summertime when the weather's nice, transiting up, particularly up to the northwest. And they may have transponders, but they definitely fall into the category of sometimes you see the SSR, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you see the primary, sometimes you don't. But microlights, generally speaking, we see them quite regularly, certainly with our existing radar system.
And when you say you see them, are you picking them up on your radar?
Yes, absolutely. So it would be a smaller primary return. I'm talking about the 511 because that's obviously the system we're still using at the moment. And you can see them fairly clearly. And you keep a close eye on them. And they may not be speaking to us because, again, it's Class G. So the traffic that you are providing services to on a basic service, you'll try and, without sort of overstepping the mark, as it were, because you have to be careful about how you use that information. But you would say there's perhaps some traffic in the vicinity. So keep your eyes peeled, as it were, for want of a better expression.
And that comment then brings me to a further point that was made yesterday, that suggested in, not in these exact terms, but because the primary responsibility in Class G airspace is on the pilot, there's, if you like, a lesser onus or responsibility on the airport if you're providing services. What's your response to that suggestion?
So for me, it's the idea that we have existing coverage within our DOC with both our radar systems and our VHS systems. And as an ANSP, we obviously wish to retain or ensure that coverage isn't impacted in any shape or form. We don't want to have to get into mitigations that are perhaps tricky to apply, may increase workload, perhaps reduce safety levels. So for us, it's about protecting our existing capabilities, as it were, both in terms of communications, navigation, and surveillance. And we're already seeing challenges, as Mr. Thompson, I'm sure, might speak to, as a safeguarding head of assurance at the airport, with regard to other issues with instrument flight procedures, protection, etc. So it's not just radar and VHF, it's also the navigational side of things.
Right, I'm just going to, I don't think we need to play this clip because this clip was played yesterday. So unless there's anything particular you want to refer to in this clip, Mr. Smith.
Not particularly. I think the main point was the fact that we see varieties of aircraft types within this volume of airspace, both within and out with controlled airspace, being provided by services from different ANSPs, and also the fact that aircraft will transit this volume of airspace in a multitude of directions, which will change how long they spend in the volume, which may or may not increase the likelihood of lost plots or drop plots or lost tracks.
And there's effectively one clip we haven't shown, which is 17.4, but given what you've said so far, is there any particular reason you want to go to that as well?
This may be the one that perhaps illustrates just how the existing clutter on the display impacts the return from a small aircraft.
I think
If memory serves me, I'm not sure.
this is a Terma one, 17.4. So hopefully there isn't clutter on the screen.
Okay.
I think, well, in
What have I written in my notes? Sorry.
not at all. I'm just trying to cut down on the images that if we can move on to the images, I want to again just concentrate on the Terma images.
Sure.
If we go to first of all, your paragraph 26.4 and CD 11109.
Yep.
Right, I think we can see in your notes, this is an example of a helicopter transiting the airspace.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Wait for that to come up.
Are you sharing that one?
Yeah, we're hoping to.
I don't really know if we need to share it because it is just a single image. I'm certainly able to open it okay, but
Okay, well, if that's the case, can I just ask you this? As long as you're clear where the helicopter is on it, then that's fine. How often do you have, what in terms of helicopter traffic, is it all rescue helicopters, or is it do you get other helicopter traffic?
Yes, I think you might have mentioned this yesterday, Mr. Finlay. So we do on occasion get recreational flights, search and rescue helicopter. Prestwick's a very busy, as it happens, search and rescue base for Bristows, and they probably fly most days, to be honest, either for training purposes or actually on call outs. The other helicopter movements would be a Helmed on occasion. They definitely sometimes fly down towards Dumfries, or the police helicopters, perhaps less so. They tend to be, you see them more around the built-up areas, to be fair. And then beyond that, we have pipeline and power line survey aircraft. And occasionally, from time to time, you might get stuff doing forestry work. Now, to be fair, that may well be further south and below radar coverage, for example.
I'm grateful. For my purposes, I think that's all we need to look at in terms of images, unless there's a particular image you wish to go to in light of the reporter's comment. and others can ask you questions about it. I just have a few additional questions before we pause. You needn't turn to it, but CD 11208 has been referred to. Which is a handwritten log of flights. You may now be asked questions about it, but it appeared to be a suggestion that some were treating it as comprehensive. How was this compiled, and what should the reporters take from it?
So it's not very scientific, I'll be honest, and it was our attempt internally to try to sort of like establish a sort of pattern of usage of the airspace. So it's predominantly stuff that's receiving radar control services, a bit like the clips we've looked at, so contained within controlled airspace, arriving at the airport for the most part. It's not a comprehensive document. It's compiled over a period of, I think, about 5.5 months, 6 months, and the controllers on duty will have filled this out themselves. So these blank pro formas were left in the operating room, and they were asked to record movements on a workload basis when they were able to on these sheets of paper. So in terms of how much traffic it represents out of the total, it would be perhaps 50%, maybe less, maybe more.
What was that figure? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Perhaps 50%, maybe less, maybe more. So it would be done by opportunity rather than requirement, just to get a feel for how often that airspace is utilised. That's the types of services that are being provided, both within and outside controlled airspace.
In terms of other evidence as to use of that area, and again, we needn't turn to it, I don't think, but in Mr. Thompson's report, which is CD 11260, he's provided a heat map, which is figure 14.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to go there for current purposes, just to set that out. And then the last document I want to ask you about is CD 11238. And which is a report of an air accident. And what relevance is this to your concern?
So I think there's perhaps.
Did you say 11238? I don't seem to have that.
It should be.
Or perhaps it was added later, was it? It's maybe not on my list I've got.
It was a later one. Let's hear it.
I've got it as 11.
We can.
Should be able to get.
I think it is. I'm told for once I may have the number correct, but we can share it if that assists.
No, I've got it now. Thank you.
I don't want you to talk through this in detail. People can read that, but and I will lead you something. Did this involve an aircraft that was initially receiving services from NATS NERL, and they then transferred the services to Glasgow Prestwick?
Yeah, I think that appears to be the case. I don't know whether it's in the summary, but in essence, the aircraft got into difficulties pretty well to the south of the airport, I think within excess of 30 miles to the south, in the sort of Gatehouse of Fleet and Newton Stewart area. It's quite a long time ago, and I don't know what level of service they were being provided with at Scottish. I think it may have been a non-radar service, so perhaps just a basic service. So I think in the report it says controller. I'm not certain about that, but it suggests that that ANSP provider felt that Prestwick were better placed to provide radar services in that area at that point in time when this aircraft was in difficulty. So they handed it across to us, and I think in the text of the report it does say that the radar returns kind of sort of came and went, and the aircraft's altitude varied, but ultimately, sadly, the aircraft did crash in the Galloway Hills, and there was a fatality. I've included it here really just to make the point that it's VHF coverage is essential because it's top of the list. CNS, comms, communication being, if you don't have that, then you can't provide services. And aircraft do get into difficulties. They do find themselves in challenging situations. So it comes back to that point of trying to preserve our extant coverage, both in terms of surveillance and in communication, so that we're able to provide the best service possible to aircraft who perhaps find themselves in an unfortunate position or situation. But it's also that idea that there's a collaborative approach to this between ANSPs, that we all understand, regardless of what the AIP might say about notified areas, that we all have to work together to provide service provision to the best of our efforts, as it were, and also in line with the duty of care, which is referred to in I think an appendix to CAP 744.
Thank you. Just give me a moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Those are all the questions I have for you. It's a good time to stop for lunch. You're not under cross-examination yet, so you can be inflicted on us at lunchtime. But when cross-examination starts, you'll be in purdah, so to speak.
It's understood.
Okay, thank you for that evidence. And if everybody's happy, I think we could possibly push out to 50 minutes today. So that would take us to 10 to 2. Is there anything anyone wants to raise before we break?
Just
Mr. Hardy?
just a question that I think Mr. Finlay was going to take instructions on the inclusion of Mr. Fido's report from the Sanka 2 inquiry. I don't know whether he's got that, I assume he has. If he hasn't got it, then we can certainly send him that before we circulate it to anybody else. So if I could just repeat my request.
You want to come back on that now, Mr. Finlay?
No, I want to come back on that after lunch. Whether we object to it being circulated at this very late stage, but I don't need a copy of the report at this stage. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Hardy, for that offer, but I'll come back to your request after lunch.
Super, thanks.
Thank you. Right, so we'll see you back at 10 to 2. Thank you very much.
Lucy, are you there? You have to stay in the floor. You have to stay.
Hi, Alan. It's Laura Neville from Denton's here. If I give you a number, you could call me if that would work. Hi, Alan. It's Laura Neville from Denton's. Can you hear me? Yes.
Charge. She's in it. Let me do this transfer. Oh, do you mean? Still got the race to them.
Sorry, I had a little problem getting the image onto the right screen, but I'm there now. So I hope you've all had a nice lunch. Welcome back. And I think we'll come back to Mr. Finlay to come back on those 2 items that Mr. Hardy had requested. Mr. Finlay?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. In respect to the first, I was still struggling to understand how it derives from this morning's questioning, but I have no objection to that report going in. And no doubt it will become clear as to why it wasn't put in earlier. As to the request in respect of NAT's what I understand is baseline information over 17 wind farms, that hasn't been provided to the airport yet. 2 have been received in draft, but they don't relate to the wind farms that you're dealing with. And comments on those drafts are in the process of being made and reverted to NAT. So don't think the position is entirely as you were given to understand. I'm not suggesting there was any misleading, but that's the position as I understand it. And so there are no further documents to put in.
Okay, so on the first one, is that document going to be sent in, emailed in, if we don't have it already?
Yes, we certainly can do that. Obviously, I'm going to be cross-examining now, but as soon as I finish that, it's really for Mr. Fido. So it's sort of, I might need to refer to it with Mr. Thompson, but I'll arrange for that to be done as soon as I can.
So it's likely that it will need it tomorrow, probably, but you'll get it sent over.
I'm hoping we'll make better progress than that. It may be that we get on to Mr. Thompson. I will organise that, and maybe those listening, they can get on with that if that's possible.
That's good. And then the second, Mr. Hardy, have you got any response to the second item?
Yes. Is there any reason why we can't see those in draft? And I mean, also, it seems to me that that's going to be pretty important information for you in due course. So there's just a bit of a marker down. You may want to be making a request for that information as soon as it comes in. It seems to us that is going to be important either way.
Mr. Finlay, do you want to add anything?
Yes. The reason I'm not offering the 2 in draft is they are in draft, so they're not in final form, and they don't relate to the sites that you're considering. In terms of the reports when they come in, they may well be relevant to you, but what they will do, as I understand it, is indicate whether the assumption we've made that there's currently 100% PD is correct or not. If it's not correct, there might be a lower current operational PD, and then the impact of the wind turbines would reduce that accordingly. So yes, I have no objection in due course if those come in for them to be passed to you in respect, well, any of the wind farms, but presumably Carrick and Craig and Moddy are the ones that you'll be interested in. No doubt parties can make submissions at the time.
And is there any indication, Mr. Finlay, of when those reports in relation to Carrick and Craig and Moddy might be available?
Not as far as I'm aware. It's primarily down to NATS, not to us, although given we're paying for them, you would have thought that we should have more control over it than we do. But all I'm going to say at the moment publicly is we are where we are with that. And I'm afraid I can't give you a view on that, but it's not in our control, notwithstanding we're paying for it.
Okay, so I think certainly from our point of view, I think we haven't heard all the evidence yet, but it might just be worth that we'll keep a marker that it may be something that we want to pick up at the end of the hearing on Friday, and whether we need further information or further submissions. It's not something I'm pushing for now. Is that okay, Mr. Hardy?
It's, I mean, the number of submissions that would be made about those. It isn't just about the 2 wind farms, it's about the approach. And that's what the airport has been setting out. So I do think it's important. And yes, if they're not available now, of course, that's the position, but I do think you need to see them. So that would be my request.
Okay, that's noted. And as I say, we'll maybe pick that up at the end of the hearing on Friday. Mr. Finlay?
I have no response.
Right. Sorry, I should have gone to Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy.
That's all
You may
right.
commence.
Thank you very much. So I can't see Mr. Smith. So now, hello, Mr. Smith. Can you see me?
I certainly can, Mr. Hardy.
Good. Good afternoon. Right. Not very much for you. It's Mr. Thompson and Mr. Fido that I think the bulk of the questions that I've got are who are going to be asked those. But I do have a few matters. Could we start by having a look at the slide deck that was prepared on the 12th of September? And that is CD2, the CD11213. Have a look.
Just give me a second. Yes, I've got that now.
And the page numbers, they're not marked. I'm actually working from a hard copy, but in the about 10 pages in, there is a radar PD calculation results table, open brackets, various wind farms.
10 pages, did you say?
About 10 pages, yeah. The blue table, there's some photographs on the preceding page, which says actual impacted airspace, and then it's a landscape format table, radar PD calculation results.
That's slide 20, is that right?
Yes, I think that's right.
Thermal parameters. Sorry, yeah. Radar PD calculus. So I've got within
That's
the
it.
PDF document, page 21 of 26, I think seems to be. Yeah.
Okay, as long as they've got the same thing, just it's a point to look at the PDs as they were set out in September. So you can see DeSala on the top row, and we've got 74% PD. See it in the row? Yeah.
Yeah.
Padyard Hill, 83% PD.
Yeah.
And HH1, HH2, Grafton down at 36, Ardrossan 57, Millor, stroke Wardlaw, stroke Kelburn, 74. You see those values?
Certainly can, yes.
And just before I ask the question, you can pick up Mr. So this is Mr. Thompson's report, which is CD11 to 2.60.
We have that one from before. I'll just have to find that one as well.
Okay.
Give me a moment. CD11 260.
It's 11, yes. So 11 260.
Almost there. Yeah, that's opened up now.
Okay, and it's internal page 27.
That's within the document itself.
It is, yeah, internal page 27.
Yeah. Which shows the rectangular piece of airspace. Is that
It does, yeah, and you can see that Hadyard Hill there is 85%.
Yeah.
PD, can you see that?
Can.
And then DeSalak is down at 77%. Yeah. So look.
Yeah.
So taking, I mean, those two sets of figures.
Yeah.
I just want to understand whether or not you have any experience of track drops? I don't mind if you want to just restrict it to Hadyard Hill or and Desalic. Do you have any practical experience of track drops over either of those wind farms?
So utilising Terma, no, because it's not our existing system.
So do you want to just expand on that?
So well, at the moment we're using
You've got your 511, yeah?
Yes, that's it. So the term has not been introduced into service. So therefore the controllers haven't spent a lot of time observing what's happening with it on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, but so with the S511 at the moment, no evidence of track drops over Hadyard or Desalic?
So apart from the fact that we wouldn't routinely be overflying these areas, the data is presented in a different way. So what happens, because the clutter is displayed on the 511 as big blobs of green, as it were, aircraft effectively, if they do transit these areas, disappear. They merge into that background. So it's different from what you see on the Terma output.
But I think the answer was, let me just ask the question again. With that clarification on the 511 at the moment, you are not presenting evidence, are you, of having experienced track drops over either of those wind farms?
With regard to Terma, that's correct.
I thought you were giving that answer in relation to the 511 as well. Have I got that wrong?
So with the 511, it's difficult to see whether you have track drops or not over an area of wind farm clutter, because the aircraft return effectively merges with the clutter.
Okay, well, that's accepted as a caveat. Let me just ask a more general question. Do you have any practical experience of track drops over any of the operational wind farms within GPA's area of operations?
Because the Terma hasn't been brought into operational service yet, we've not had the opportunity to observe whether there have been any track drops or not.
Okay, so there's no positive evidence. What you're saying, look, and the question was, is there any evidence? You're saying no positive evidence, but you're entering the caveat with the answer you give.
That's correct. It's not in operational service, and I'm not presenting any evidence. That's correct.
Okay. So, just so far as you can, then, you explain some of the difficulties, but does it? You're a competent, experienced ATC. Does it present any operational ATC issues to you that Hadyard Hill, according to the new the new calculation, has a PD of 85% and Desalic has 77%? So in practical ATC terms, are you troubled? In another way, does the airport avoid Hadyard Hill? Does it route aircraft differently through that area of airspace, knowing what we know about their PD?
Again, because the term is not yet in operational service, it's difficult to establish. But if I was to look at those as figures in isolation, as I've already stated, I'm not a technical expert with regard to radar systems. So it's like, all I understand is that the CAP 670 says the PD should be 90. From a controller perspective, as an end user, my expectation is that the technical teams, the relevant experts, will address that issue.
Yes.
And present me or my team with a tool that effectively works and complies with the regulation.
Yeah, and I'll obviously be asking others about the technical side of it, but you're here to give practical experience. So yeah. I've asked the questions, and you say you're not presenting any positive evidence. In terms of extended or long gaps, have you got any evidence of long gaps that you have experienced? I haven't seen any.
With regard to the thermal system, that's correct.
Any evidence in relation to the S511?
Well, in terms of the S511, as I've already stated, if the aircraft do transit these areas, and it's more likely to happen with GA traffic outside controlled airspace, because as a rule of thumb, with traffic that's being IFR traffic that's being vectored, etc., we would avoid these areas as much as is practicable. And so with the GA traffic, when it effectively disappears in these areas of clutter. So you could argue that for the duration of transit, it's invisible to the controls on the 511 system. Effectively, it merges with the background clutter. So that, I guess, would be an example of a track drop utilizing that system.
And in terms of evidence of that, I've not seen any of that in the video sequencing. Mr. Smith, is there a reason for that?
So I think there is evidence of one of the GA aircraft and one of the S511 clips where you can see it merge with the clutter for a period of time.
And can you tell us how long that is? That's not in terms of the. I was asking about long gaps. Is that a single drop or is that more than that?
It's more than that, and obviously the length of time will be related to the extent of the clutter and also the aircraft's speed as it transits through that area of clutter.
Okay. Now, obviously, technical side of PD and TERMA are for others, but in general terms, the TERMA is designed. The reason it's being bought is to provide a better degree of conspicuity, isn't it? It's going to be a better performing radar.
That would be fair to say, yes.
You spent a lot of money on it. That would be the intention. Okay, your precognition, if we may. Paragraph 9.
Yeah.
It's a simple point, but in about Class G airspace and the provision of FIS.
Yeah.
That is provided on a best effort basis, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah.
It is not, therefore, or can't be described as being safety critical.
That I don't think is necessarily the case. If you're providing, particularly if you're providing FIS that involves a surveillance element, i.e. either a deconfliction or traffic service, particularly a deconfliction service, which is generally only provided to IFR traffic, there is absolutely a safety element to the provision of that particular service.
This is also provided, isn't it, by NATS from the Prestwick ATCC?
It is.
Paragraph 16.
Yeah.
I'm interested in hotpots. And I was listening carefully to what you said in chief, and you focused on military aircraft. And it's right, isn't it, that military aircraft are likely to have a transponder?
That's yes. They pretty much predominantly all would have. I would expect. Yeah.
So just to take a note of that, predominantly, or you would expect they predominantly would all have one.
Correct.
Thank you. And I think you indicated in your evidence that the military aircraft may well have given prior notice, and that's information you said you might want to share. So you know that they're coming, you know what to look for.
Yeah, they may have done. That's not always the case.
Are you aware of any case where they haven't done that and they've not been, they didn't have a transponder?
I'm not aware of a situation where they've not had a transponder.
So not aware, thank you. Yep.
I couldn't quote you specific examples today. However, I can assure you that on occasion they do pop up, particularly to the south of the field. Military fast jet traffic does do that. And quite often you will perhaps, as I said, in evidence in chief, you may see the primary return initially, and then perhaps the secondary might follow on afterwards.
Yeah. So we've got prime notification, we've got primary returns, we've got secondaries, when you're not aware of any situation where military aircraft has not had a transponder. Is that a fair recollection of what we've discussed?
Yeah.
So let's deal with microlights. That was a concern. And again, your evidence seemed to be very fairly that you see those. The S511 sees microlights as things are.
Yes, that's right.
And again, with greater conspicuity, the term of that's going to get better, isn't it? Not worse.
I would hope so on the whole, yes.
So you're not dealing with unknowns there. You know, you might have microlights, and the numbers of those, I think you said, aren't great, but you do get them, but you see them.
That's correct, but not necessarily continuously. They may drop in and out of cover depending on the routing they're taking.
Could we have a look at Mr. Fido's expert report, and that's at CD 11.81.
Again, give me a moment. Scroll back up through this. Oh, sorry. $11.80.
Yeah.
Just taking a moment to open.
No, don't worry.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in page 41 of 81 on the PDF.
Yeah. Got that.
And this will be familiar to you. I'm just interested. I mean, presumably in relation to pop-up, what the airport's alluding to is that you're going to get a low-level aircraft that would come into radar cover in the vicinity of the proposed development, and then you'd have late detection due to the low, or what the GPA says is going to be low PD or black holes. That's the problem, isn't it? The sort of pop-up scenario.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. This demonstrates, doesn't it, both the coverage, you can see this from paragraph 226, the coverage at 1,500 feet AGL, and then 2,000 feet AGL. So it looks like one drawing, but actually you can see the line down the middle. There's a left hand, the LH view, and the right hand view. You see that?
Not quite, sorry.
There's a line, so paragraph 2.220.
Sorry, yeah, there's two images in the figure below. That's right. Yeah, sorry.
There are. So figure 374, I'm not sure that the legend's right, but figure 374 indicates a similar impact for Craig Moddy at 1,500 AGL in the left-hand view, and then 2,000 feet AGL in the R8 in the right-hand view.
Yeah.
Red shade indicates radar visibility without the turbines present. Blue overlay shade shows the radar into visibility with the turbines present.
Yeah.
So what that shows, just in common parlance, is that there is radar coverage at 1,500 feet AGL. So that's 2,500 feet AMSL, isn't it?
That's correct. And that's shown in red, I think you said.
Yes.
Yeah.
So aircraft at that, there is coverage at that low level. Aircraft would therefore be expected to be detected before reaching the area of the proposed wind farm, wouldn't they?
Not in all instances. Again, this is I'm guessing this is a theoretical model. And again, I'm going to make the point that I am not a radar expert.
Okay.
So I'm not, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not practiced in effectively interpreting this type of information.
All right. Well, I can ask others, but it seems certainly we've agreed coverage demonstrated at 1,500 feet. I can ask others for interpretation. I just want to tie that into the real world. And we've got the log, which is at CD 11208.
Yeah, I've got that printed off already. I think if it's the, is it the handwritten log you're referring to?
It is.
Yeah, I've got that.
And right, we've been through this, and I'm going to suggest that in 5.5 months. So I know there are the caveats about this not being comprehensive and all of that, but this is the evidence that's before us.
Yeah.
In the 5.5 months, we can only find 2 aircraft below 3,000 feet. One example of that is if you look at the first page,
Yeah.
and you count 9 rows up from the bottom, you will see a call sign from Power Cap 53.
Yes, that's it.
And that's the 13. So the date is the 13th, I think, of the 12th, 22. You can see that.
Yeah, that's right. I think there's a couple of entries for that date.
Yeah. Altitude to a basic service.
Yeah.
So you can see that's an example.
Yep.
At 2A. We've been through it, and if somebody wants to contradict it, no doubt it can be said, but we can only find 2 examples of aircraft below 3,000 feet in 5.5 months. And that's relevant, isn't it, in relation to, you know, if we've got, if I'm right in suggesting that there is, I'm interpreting Mr. Fido's report correctly, that there's radar coverage down to 1,500 feet. And actually in 5.5 months, there's only 2 aircraft below 3,000 feet. That is important information, isn't it, into the real world importance of what you say?
It's perhaps got to be taken in context in the sense that if you get pop-up traffic, as it were, in these areas, that's not receiving a service from Prestwick. It appears on the radar, and it could potentially impact some of the other flights that are on this list if it were to potentially come into conflict with them. So it's not necessarily looking at these particular aircraft in isolation, because these were perhaps one that were receiving a service from Prestwick. But if an aircraft does pop up in that area and there is other traffic in the vicinity, then it could have an impact, but it may not be captured in this document.
Okay. What are they going to be other than the military aircraft and the microlights that you've talked about? There's some helicopter usage, I think, but when you actually went through the list, you said, well, it won't probably be the police helicopter and so on. So what is it?
So that would be fair to say. It would generally be that type of traffic.
Right. But military aircraft, we've indicated prior notification, SSR. So
it's not quite correct to say that all of them, and I think I did say that earlier, we wouldn't necessarily have prior notification on all of these aircraft.
Correct. You said that you weren't aware of any example not having a transponder.
Not in. That's correct. Not having a transponder, but and I can't think of specific examples. As you say, we don't have evidence presented here that says that we have pop-up military traffic that isn't prior notified to the airport. But
tell us about the frequency of that, Mr. Smith, and in relation to, well, let's just take half a step back. Numbers. How many military aircraft do you get that you'd be concerned about in that category?
A guess, and I have to state it would be a guess, because maybe perhaps like 1 or 2 a month. It might depend on what sort of training the military are doing at the time. But again, we don't have sight of that information. They don't regularly contact us and give us a list of what they're up to in the low-flying areas, for example. Okay,
that's very helpful. So 1 or 2 a month in total. Then of those, the numbers then that might not give you prior notification. You said the most do, but there are some examples of not. So can you give us a figure? So, I mean, just 1 or 2 a month, that's between 12 and 24 a year. So how many a year don't give prior notification?
All of those, probably. That's why I said they're the ones that, you asked for a figure in terms of the ones that don't give prior notification that pop up in these areas.
No. then I misunderstand the answer. That's that's fine. What I was asking for was a total number of military movements. That was the first question. And then the second question was going to be, what percentage of those don't give prior notification? The answer, as I understand it, you gave 1 to 2 a month is actually the total of those that don't give notification. Is that right?
That's what I meant, yes. But again, as I say, it's a guess, and it's not based. We don't collate or log those numbers.
You gave some evidence about difficulties that you've got in the different categories of airspace, and you looked at, well, if they're both in controlled, if they're both in uncontrolled, and then if one's in controlled and uncontrolled. Do you remember giving that evidence this morning?
I do.
Yeah, and if one is in control, one is uncontrolled, there's deemed separation, isn't there?
That's correct.
If they are both in controlled airspace, then they will be in a TMZ, won't they? They will both have mandatory responders.
That's correct. The Class D space, yeah.
Yeah, actually, the situation that you would be concerned about, where both are in Class G uncontrolled.
To the main extent, yes.
And the categories of cases that we've been through are the military aircraft. As you can see, we've looked at that. We've got microlights, which the S511 can see. We've got some helicopters. And just so, for the purposes of my closing, is there anything else that you want to put into that category that you'd be concerned about that could result in an interaction in Class G?
Not off the top of my head.
Thank you. In relation to VHF, and if this is not for you, then do say. We were talking about, previous witness, about a list of potential mitigations. Did you recall this? It was in the evidence that was given before, and I think there was a list of 2. So there was AI changes to the AIP, and then there was just a sensible point about feeding back information. Do you recall those 2?
Certainly do.
Yeah. It would be possible, wouldn't it, for GPA to take a VHF data feed from the NAT station at Lowther Hill?
I couldn't answer that question.
Do you know who of the airport's witnesses could answer that question? Who am I supposed to put that to?
And this is a guess, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but perhaps Mr. Fido.
Okay.
Mr. Thompson obviously also has a bit of an engineering background, so he may be able to advise.
Then I'll put that to Mr. Thompson and Mr. Fido. But certainly the proposition is there may be a third practical mitigation, which is to take the data feed from Lowther Hill. But it's very fair. If you can't answer the question, that's fine. That is all I want to ask you, Mr. Smith. Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutch.
Just before Mr. McLeod starts, I noted Mr. Hardy's last question. I just wondered if that possibility was alluded anywhere in his evidence, and if so, where? So I must have missed it.
I haven't given any evidence, Mr. Findlay. But if you, in relation to...
In your evidence, Mr. Hardy, don't be ridiculous. I mean your client's evidence.
I know you said your evidence. In relation to our evidence, it's responding to that list that was this morning, and that's what I'm putting to the witnesses.
I take it from that it's not in your or your client's evidence, and I can make submission accordingly. Thank you.
You certainly can, Mr. Findlay, but that's a question I'll put to both to Mr. Thompson and Mr. Fido, as Mr. Smith has suggested.
Okay, thank you. Would Mr. McLeod like to carry on with his examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. I'm going to be referring you to document CD 11.254, which is the probability risk matrix for primary surveillance radar. Now, I accept there are areas where it may be better for other witnesses to answer. So please, if you feel that's appropriate, adopt the university challenge approach and nominate one of your colleagues. Before we get into the detail of that, I think it's the first time that we've looked at it properly in this inquiry. And I just wanted to make sure that we all understand what it shows. So just check, have you got that document available now?
Yeah, I've just opened it up.
Sure. And you'll be familiar with it because you're one of the signatories to it.
We just double check that. Well, it's redacted on here, but is my name on there? Yes. 26th of March. Yeah.
Yeah. It appears in multiple places. On the penultimate page, the pre-penultimate page, in a few places. But anyway, it's a document that you were involved in preparing.
Yeah.
And were you involved in working out the tolerability matrix that we see on the first page?
Scroll back up. So the tolerability matrix is standard for all our risk assessments, as I understand it. So the definitions that you see there are a standard format, and I wasn't involved in its construction, although I've utilised it or assisted in its utilisation to complete risk assessments.
That's fine. So not involved in setting the framework, but happy to apply it in practice.
Correct.
Yes. And the way that it works, just to be absolutely clear, we have a series of effects, if you want to call it that, down the left-hand side. So those risks run from the most serious accidents, which is actual collision involving death in many cases, to no effect immediately at the very bottom of that first column.
Yeah.
And then going across the top, we've got the probability, which is ranges from extremely improbable, something that should virtually never occur, to frequent, something that may occur several times during the operational life. And when we talk about operational life there, we are talking about the operational life of the wind farms in question.
I would assume that is the case, yes.
Yeah. And then, well, when you say you assume it's the case.
Okay, so let's, yeah, I think that's the kind of, that's how we framed it, yeah.
Is that how you applied it?
That's my understanding of how it's been applied, yes. We look at the life of the wind farm.
Okay. And then
bearing in mind that this wasn't done in isolation, but that was generally the point that we agreed upon.
No, I understand that there were other parties involved, but I just wanted to be clear that you understood what the framework was when you came to do your bits.
Yeah.
So we then have the hazards on, or the significance of effect, if you like, on one side. We have the probability going across the top. We apply it as a matrix and we discover whether the risks are acceptable, unacceptable, or somewhere in the middle.
Yep.
Yep. So turning then to the application of the matrix, I wanted to look firstly at hazard number 2. So that's on page 2 of the document.
Yeah.
And what we can see, we'll use this one as a basic example. It's fairly straightforward. But there's a description of the hazard. There's then an explanation of what the reason for it, if you like, is. Then the consequences, and then the context, so it explains when it applies. So working from the bottom up, context, we're looking at individual wind farm. Effect and consequence, ATC is unable to provide surveillance ATS, loss of situational awareness and potential loss of separation. The reason for that, the failure/cause, is the presence of wind turbines, which results in volumes of airspace with no PD. And then the hazard itself, what we're talking about, is the loss of an individual primary surveillance radar aircraft target data, a plot, a single plot.
Yep.
So far, so good?
Yeah.
Good. Would the loss of a single plot result in the ATC being unable to provide surveillance ATS?
It may do in certain circumstances.
What circumstances would those be?
So effectively, I think what you're trying to say is that that's an excessive consequence.
Well, no, I'm not saying anything. I'm simply asking you some questions given your experience. Do you say that the loss of an individual surveillance plot, or individual plot, I should say, would result in you being unable to provide surveillance ATS?
Not all the time, no.
When would it result in that?
Well, if, for example, it continued to have an impact and subsequent plots were dropped.
No, but that's covered later on when we get to hazard 4, I think, where we're talking about, in fact, I beg your pardon, hazard 6, where we're talking about the loss of tracks for a period of more than 12 seconds. And we'll come to that. But as things stand at the moment, I'm just interested in the loss of a single plot. So again, you've said that in certain circumstances, the loss of a single plot would result in you being unable to provide surveillance ATS. What circumstances are those?
So if you lose a single plot, I'll concede the fact that it's unlikely that you would be unable to provide surveillance ATS entirely. However, what I would say is that this document was compiled with the assistance of others. And when you're doing that, there's an element of subjectivity to how these documents are constructed. I think also it's worth saying that we have to err on the side of caution when we're producing risk assessments in relation to aviation matters with regard to safety.
Can we have a look, please, at the pre-penultimate page? And apologies, I'm working from a paper copy. But it's the one that we looked at the beginning, which was where your redacted signature is.
So that's the second last page, 13.
It's page 12. Sorry, pre-penultimate.
Yeah.
So there are 4 people that were involved in that, and I can see the signatures, so I'll tell you who they are: Doug Fido, Steve Thompson, you, and Ross McAllister. Which of those signatories would provide advice on the ability of an ATC to provide surveillance ATS?
Yes, it probably would be me in that instance.
Okay, so far as the collaborative approach that you've described, none of those people would actually be providing the input in relation to the issue that we've been looking at, would they?
I disagree. There was a sort of element of discussion about where this could perhaps end up in terms of the severity and also the frequency. I don't think the frequency is in doubt.
Right. So, well, let's go back.
There would have been some debate and discussion about it, that's for sure.
let's go back to the hazard then on page 2. So you said that there was some debate about severity, but before we get to the severity, I'm interested in understanding whether there was any debate about the effect of the hazard. Was there any discussion about whether the loss of a single plot would result in an inability to provide surveillance service?
There would have been. I think at the time it was obviously myself, and I think perhaps Doug were involved at that point.
And what was that discussion?
To be honest with you, I can't remember the detail of it.
Well, it's less than a month ago, Mr. Smith, and this was prepared for the first time, as I understand it, in preparation for this inquiry.
That's
so you
correct.
presumably paid close attention to the production of the matrix.
We did.
Yeah. So I'll ask one last time and then we'll move on, given shortness of time. In what circumstances would the loss of a single plot result in your inability to provide surveillance ATS? Single plot.
Yeah, and as I've said, I'll concede the point and say that it's unlikely to happen, that we would have to fail. We would be in a position where we would fail to be able to provide surveillance ATS.
So let's then go back to page 1 of the document and have a look at how that answer affects the issue of severity. You had assessed that previously as a significant incident. Are you happy to concede that in actual fact the severity should be categorised as no effect immediately, i.e. the loss of a single plot would have no immediate effect on safety, no direct or a low safety impact, and that existing safety barriers come into play to avoid the event turning into a significant incident or accident?
I think, given the fact that it's a single plot and it's only one occurrence, it may be acceptable to consider that. However, I've still got to reiterate the point that the other signatories may have a view on my comments.
Well, no doubt we'll hear from them if they do. I think 3 out of the 4 are giving evidence shortly. So the next hazard, which is on page 3, is the sudden appearance of primary surveillance radar aircraft target, the pop-up. And you've discussed that a bit with Mr. Hardy during examination in chief. And I don't want to go over old ground, as it were, but could I ask you please just to have a look at figure 33, which is in the Mr. Fido's report that you were referred to. So that's the document CD 11.81, and it's the same page that you looked at with Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, so I've got that. Did you say page 41?
I did, yeah, page 41
Yeah.
of 81.
So it's the same figure. Yeah, I've got that from before.
Yeah. So actually, the figure that I wanted to have a look at with you, Mr. Hardy took you to the, I'll just check. Do you have that available, Ms. Leaven?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. Hardy took you to the 2 purple and red figures down at the bottom of the page. I want to just have a look at the top figure. And accepting this is not your document, but you can see, in fact, maybe just going back slightly.
Was it the figure 33, the graph?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, at the top of that page, it says this is known as pop-up traffic, where an aircraft appears suddenly and without warning on the radar display. Now, accepting that you are not the radar guy at this inquiry, and you're the person giving ATC, primary ATC evidence on behalf of the airport, do you accept that this figure shows that at a height of 2,000 feet above ground level, so that's just below where the pink is. You see the pink plane going across?
That we do.
Yeah, so that's just above 2,000 feet.
Yeah.
The line below that is 2,000 feet above ground level, and it coincides with a line of sight that comes up through the Carrick wind farm, or over the top of the Carrick wind farm, I should say.
It does.
Yeah. Now, what this shows is that at the point where 2,000 feet coincides with that line of sight is 20 nautical miles, and that is 6 nautical miles further on from Carrick. We can see that Carrick's at 14 nautical miles, yes?
Yeah.
So in this example, at least, an airplane traveling toward Carrick would be seen on the radar for 6 nautical miles before it passed over the Carrick wind farm.
That's the assumption that's made from that diagram, yes.
Yes. And so when one talks about the sudden appearance of an aircraft, what we're talking about is on the other side of the wind farm, yes?
Yeah.
So an ATC monitoring their screen would see an airplane for 6 nautical miles. It would then continue to see it in some shape or form, one would hope, with your expensive new radar, as it passes over the wind farm. And then it would appear on the other side of the wind farm, although you might not even see the wind farm once TERMA has been optimized. So when one talks about a sudden appearance, what are we talking about here?
Well, it depends upon the speed of the aircraft, doesn't it? So it basically will not be seen, according to that diagram, at say 21 miles, and then it will be seen at 20 miles. So it appears into radar cover, perhaps going fairly quickly if it's a low-flying, well, a military aircraft, which could actually be operating below those levels and may not actually appear until it's, well, let's, for argument's sake, according to that diagram, at 19 miles, when it's that bit closer to Carrick, 5 miles. I would also make the point that if the Carrick wind farm wasn't there, that blue line that comes from left to right in a diagonal thing would all move downwards a bit, so you'd get earlier warning on the traffic.
Yes, but we're talking about a scenario where the Carrick wind farm is there. That's the basis on which you've done your risk assessment.
That's correct.
I'm not going to go back over the low-flying fast aircraft because Mr. Hardy has spoken to you about that already, and I don't think we need to go back there. But just returning to the matrix and to item 3, the sudden appearance of primary surveillance aircraft target pop-up. You defined that as a major incident in terms of severity. Have you got that document?
Yes, yeah, looking at it just now.
Now, major incident, you see the third column along severity, major incident, a major incident associated with the operation of an aircraft in which the safety of the aircraft may have been compromised, having led to a near collision between aircraft with ground or obstacles. Now, as I understand it, what we're predominantly concerned with here, perhaps exclusively concerned with, is the possibility of conflict between 2 airplanes. Is that correct?
That's kind of what it states there, yes.
Yes. So, in order for this to be a major incident, 2 aircraft would have to be involved.
Yep, by definition.
Okay, so look at the context, please. On the left-hand column, the hazards identified. See the context section.
Yeah.
Where does it mention a second aircraft?
Well, that was my assumption from where it says other aircraft approaching towards the airport.
Other aircraft approaching towards. Well,
Or,
let's just.
or aircraft operating in the airspace above a wind farm. So if you I think it's perhaps not particularly well worded, but I think what we were thinking about there, that there was an aircraft operating in that airspace, and then another one appeared or popped up close by. It's perhaps not particularly, it may not be obvious or apparent with regard to that context, but I think that was the conversation we would have had internally in that regard.
I see. So there are two aircraft involved in that scenario.
That's what the definition states, yes. So pop-up traffic is, as you said, is of concern when there are other aircraft operating in the vicinity of where the aircraft pops up into coverage.
Okay. And if you look then at the effect and consequence,
Yeah.
there is reference, in fairness there is reference to something suddenly appearing on the radar display, suddenly in conflict with aircraft under ATC control, leading to loss of separation.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Hardy asked you some questions about separation and controlled airspace and uncontrolled airspace. And I thought I had you noted as saying that if one was in controlled airspace and one was in uncontrolled airspace, they were separated. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. They're deemed separated.
And you say deemed separated. They're deemed separated by the Civil Aviation Authority. And the rules that apply.
It'll be contained somewhere within Max Part 1, that's correct.
So, and you can no doubt correct me if I'm wrong in this, but in layperson's terms, in that sort of scenario, you as a controller don't need to be particularly concerned about it because they are deemed by the CAA to be separated. You do not have to take any particular action in that context.
If one is within controlled airspace and the other is outside, it's less concern than if they're both operating in Class G. You then of course can add to that, whereby if you then have mode C or SSR data that indicates that that aircraft is climbing, then you would be much more concerned if you were then potentially looking at a scenario where it was going to fly into controlled airspace unexpectedly, which does happen on occasion with pop-up traffic, and in fact didn't happen in this vicinity but happened elsewhere in the airspace just a couple of weeks ago.
If one had SSR available, then you would be able to predict what was going to happen. You would be able to see whether there was a risk likely to occur.
You can predict to a degree, but it's more Charlie. The height indication it's not a crystal ball. You get a little arrow. But if something like a military aircraft is climbing, it can do that very quickly indeed, and come into conflict potentially with aircraft within controlled airspace sooner than you would like, based on experience throughout my working career as a controller pressure.
Yeah. Why would you be controlling an airplane above the Carrick wind farm?
Why wouldn't I be? I don't quite understand the question.
I'm sorry.
I would be controlling an aircraft above the Carrick wind farm if it was in controlled airspace.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Apologies, it wasn't a very good way of putting the question. So if it was within controlled airspace, it would be on either arrival or departure to Prestwick Airport. If you were controlling it, yes.
Not necessarily, no. It could be overflying the airspace, but under our control. In general terms, that's mostly what the stuff's doing. It's either in or out, mostly, but not always, not exclusively.
Yeah. And we talked earlier about the RNAV routes, and you heard Mr. Wiley's evidence yesterday. And I think I had you noted as saying that 10% of traffic follows the RNAV routes. That was an answer to a question from Mr. Finlay.
Again, it's a best guess. We don't have accurate numbers for that. However, we do have a log which we were requested to compile when the RNP processes, when the ACP went through in 2018, I think it was. But again, it's not a comprehensive document, but it would be round about those sort of numbers. It perhaps fluctuates up and down a little bit.
But for the sake of our discussion this afternoon, broadly 10% of, is it arrivals or departures or both that use the RNAV routes?
Okay, so that figure is in relation purely to arrivals. Virtually all of our departures follow EBN routes, but our arrivals don't.
Yeah. And would you agree with Mr. Wiley's evidence that insofar as the reporters need to be concerned about potential conflict, it's really arrivals that they need to be concentrating on? Departures are not such a concern.
In terms of the airspace use, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned
Mr. McLeod, I'm sorry to butt in. I just wondered if you are moving on to a different point, whether we might have a short break for the witness. But if you're still on the same point, you can carry on.
No, that's well. I'll tell you what. I've got one more point that I'll try and take quite quickly. And I don't want to get into detail on the document, but it's a document we've not looked at before. Mr. Smith just referred to it, so it might be as well just to refer quickly to it if we can. And that's document CD 11.85. It's one that you and I have discussed before, Mr. Smith. It's the Glasgow Prestwick arrival RNAV routes.
Yeah,
sure. Okay, so we can see on the first page of that, it's the airspace change proposal. It's referred to in some evidence to this inquiry already. It's the origin of the routes. If you go to page 6 of that document, PDF page 6, I should say, sorry. Oh, in fact, it's numbered page 6 as well.
Yeah.
So these at that stage were the proposed RNAV departure and arrival routes. They were approved, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Of course they were, yes. We wouldn't be able to fly them otherwise. Or the aircraft wouldn't be able to fly them if they weren't approved.
Yes. And I really, just so the reporters have got this in context, just wanted to have a look, please, at page 7 of the document, and to look at what the background and justification was and the objectives. So the background to the airspace change proposal put forward by your airport, we are looking to upgrade and where possible improve the arrival and departure routes at Glasgow Prestwick Airport by utilising the improved capabilities of PBN. So PBN, just to be clear, is
Performance-based navigation.
and that involves flying the RNAVs in essence, yes?
That's correct.
And the objectives of doing so are set out in 2.2. The objectives are to maintain or improve the level of safety for departures and arrivals to Glasgow Prestwick, to minimise noise impact, to increase the efficiency of departure and arrival routes, to improve PBN routes in accordance with the CAA's future airspace strategy, to improve the accuracy and predictability of tracks flown, and so on. I think probably don't need to bother with all of those. But an approach by which only 10% of the flights that are supposed to be using the RNAV routes do so will not assist with the achievement of those objectives, will it?
I don't agree.
Well, how could it possibly assist with the achievement of the objectives, given what you put forward to the CAA?
Just to say, I've no objection to the witness answering this question, but quite what it's got to do with your three issues that you identified for the purpose of this inquiry as to whether Glasgow Airport follows or not particular routes which are not obligatory in any event. No doubt Mr. MacLeod will explain, but looking at your three objectives and bearing in mind your strictures as to sticking to them, I'm not sure how this helps you. It's a topic that Mr. MacLeod is definitely interested in, that's no doubt, but it doesn't necessarily help you for that reason.
Well,
Mr. MacLeod, are you coming to your point?
I am. So my understanding, Mr. Smith, is that the purpose of producing the tolerability risk matrix was to determine situations in which safety would be a concern to the airport. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
And what we have here in front of us is a document that says flying the RNAV arrival routes will either maintain or improve the level of safety for arrivals to Glasgow Prestwick Airport, yes?
It says that, yes.
And none of those RNAV routes involves direct flight over the Carrick wind farm or any of the wind farms that are being discussed at this inquiry, does it?
But that's correct as well.
So in a very simple sense, if planes were under your instruction, guidance, control, however you want to put it, if planes were to fly the RNAV routes that your airport proposed and had signed off by the CAA, it would lessen the risk of conflict above the wind farms we're concerned with today, would it not?
That's also correct. But the point is, as a rule of thumb, they don't want to fly those approaches. And I am not in a position to enforce the flight over those flight paths. So we end up in a difficult situation whereby this document says one thing, but in the real world, pilots aren't interested, except on the odd occasion. So, and I can't police the skies. I have to facilitate the use of the airspace, not insist that every aircraft, every commander of every aircraft flies these RNAV routes. That's not within my gift to make them fly these PBN arrival routes. Departure routes, they work fine. Everyone's happy with that. And generally, there's more than a 90% uptake. Inbound, pilots generally aren't interested. And perhaps the starkest way to illustrate that is that if we vector them as we do on a routine basis, which is also within the UK AIP, they more or less end up with perhaps 6 less track miles when they're making an arrival at Prestwick. So that, I think, would also illustrate the fact that there's a reduced fuel burn, etc., efficiency, use of the airspace is reflected. And perhaps there's an argument that at some point in the future, and we've had this conversation before, Mr. McLeod, that Prestwick Airport will have to revisit these RNAV approaches and assess their suitability. And in actual fact, the review of these procedures hasn't actually taken place yet for a number of reasons.
Is one of those reasons related to the non-availability of the Terma system yet?
No, it's not so much that. I think it's perhaps, and I don't want to speak out of turn with regards to the regulator, but it's perhaps an issue of resourcing, perhaps both at the airport and within the CAA in terms of finding the bandwidth to review these processes.
Yeah. One very final question, then we will have a break and we can move away from this document. But when you vector an aircraft, that you've been asked to provide a service by the aircraft, yes?
That's correct.
Is it your evidence to this inquiry that when considering whether you should provide that service, you pay no regard to the objectives of the airspace change proposal that the CAA has approved?
No, that's not correct. I think basically if an aircraft chooses to fly the PBN approach, we facilitate that, which is why there's about a 10% uptake. The rest of the time, they're not interested. So we tend to sort of like, as a default, offer vectors, and very, very rarely do they refuse. But if they chose or elected to fly these arrival routes, we would of course facilitate that.
It's not quite the question I asked you. My question was when they request a service from you, do you consider at all the objectives of the airspace change proposal before agreeing to provide that service or not?
I said yes.
You do?
Yes.
Consider that. Okay. Will you provide it in any case?
Provide what in any case?
Well, a vectoring service that conflicts with the airspace change proposal.
That's correct, and we are. It's within our gift to do so.
Thank you. We'll stop there.
Okay, so Mr. McLeod, you've still got some other questions to ask, do you? Is that right?
I have, and I will try and speed up that.
No, that's fine. So I think we'll have a break for about break for about 10 minutes, if that's okay. Mr.
It would be very useful in order for further witnesses who are going to follow this one to know roughly how long Mr. McLeod felt he was going to be.
Mr. McLeod?
Possibly half an hour, but certainly at least half an hour.
Okay.
And if it's of any assistance, the estimates that I gave yesterday I've revised overnight because I'm asking a number of questions of Mr. Smith that I had thought about asking Mr. Thompson. So Mr. Thompson's cross-examination will be considerably shorter from mine.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I just want to add as well that Mr. Hardy, we have received the Mr. Fido's report that's certainly come to us. So I'm hoping that everybody else has access to that. And if you could just check that over the break, and I will.
Yeah. I'm grateful for that confirmation. Can I just really pick up on Mr. Finlay's point about timing? So that takes us to 3:15. So if we got half an hour or so from Mr. McLeod, that's 3:45. Questions, I don't know, re-examination, that's 4 o'clock. Are we then intending to go into Mr. Thompson?
I personally would like to carry on with Mr. Thompson's evidence today if we can, so that we can build in a little bit more flexibility for tomorrow. We may not get the cross-examination started,
Well,
but I
absolutely
think we could do his evidence.
Exactly. So, Mr. Finlay, I'm not, absolutely no pressure on you, but in terms of evidence in chief of Mr. Thompson, do you have an idea?
Yeah, I don't. I think I allowed up to 45 minutes, but I would hope that we would finish Mr. Thompson's evidence in chief this afternoon. So he
Yes.
then won't be in Purdah overnight, but we'd start cross-examination tomorrow.
Yes, that's fine. So start cross-examination 9:30. There is quite a lot to do tomorrow, and that's what I'm now starting to get concerned about, was really the ulterior motive. As you know, I'm not available on Thursday, so we have a difficulty there. I could potentially be available on Thursday afternoon, but I need to move something. I can't be available Thursday morning until about 2:30.
Yeah.
So-
I think let's see where we are by the end today, but it's possible that we could start at 9:15 tomorrow. We can also shorten lunch if necessary.
Yes.
So I think we have got a little bit of flexibility, and
Yes.
we'll just take a view on that when we close tonight.
Fine, but route map is then so cross-examination to finish, and then we're going to do Mr. Thompson in chief, and then we're going to draw stumps this afternoon. That's the plan.
That's the plan. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have a short break now. If we could come back in 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Okay, I think that's everybody back. Is everybody in? Mr. Smith, I'll wait for you. Oh, you have yours. Great. Okay, so Mr. McLeod, would you like to carry on?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Just want to return to the risk tolerability matrix CD 11.254, and over the break I've reflected on the questions that I think I still need to ask on this, and probably slightly fewer than I thought, which will be good news for everybody. One point I wanted to just check, generally speaking, Mr. Smith, is that when you're dealing with any hazard that involves two airplanes, it doesn't reference whether those airplanes have SSR available to them, or sorry, doesn't reference whether they are transponder equipped and therefore you have SSR available to you.
In what context are you considering this?
Well, take an example. So 7, for example. In fact, no, let's do 6. So 6, which is on page 4. Loss of individual. Sorry.
Hang on a second. Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So 6, you say there, loss of individual primary surveillance radar aircraft target track for a period of more than 12 seconds. And you say that effect consequence, ATC unable to establish position of aircraft for a period of more than 12 seconds, and once re-established may appear as pop-up. Now, if that aircraft was transponder equipped, you would not be unable to establish the position of the aircraft for more than 12 seconds, would you?
You would have an indication of where it was, because the primary methodology, the method by which we're separating aircraft in this airspace, is by using primary returns in relation to each other. We don't, as a rule of thumb, separate aircraft based on secondary returns. But you're right in the sense that you would have some degree of situational awareness as to where the aircraft may be if you continue to observe an SSR return that is related to that aircraft specific.
Yes, and that's not a factor that's been taken into account in determining probability in any of the examples given, is it?
That's probably correct, because we were looking at the PSR system in isolation in terms of what the impacts would be if you were considering purely the PSR, the term primary.
So the probability in all of these examples may be overstated because you have not taken account of the availability of SSR that would allow you to at least monitor where an aircraft is likely to be.
If we were to include that, then it may change the outcomes. That's correct. Whether it's appropriate to do so, I'm not sure whether that's the case if you're looking at terminus performance. And for example, we found out earlier today that Lowther Hill SSR isn't going to be available to us for a period of 2 weeks. So we will be just dealing purely with PSR environment, just by way of background information that we don't always have SSR availability, I think is kind of what I'm trying to say.
Yes, but you've been given advance notification in that case, that example that you've chosen to enlighten us with. You've been given advance notification of that, and no doubt you will operate your systems in a way that reflects any additional risk arising from that?
That's correct. We will perhaps pay closer attention to what's going on in the airspace. I mean, if you're in a primary environment, you don't know what you have to maintain continuous observation of any aircraft tracks that you're providing a service to, because you can't kind of glance away and then, you know, it's a much harder environment in which to operate without SSR. That's acknowledged.
Okay, understood. I just wanted to clarify this. So the second half of this document, once you get on to page 6, this is looking at situation where existing controls, it's effectively post mitigation, if you like, or taking account of mitigating factors. Is that right? It looks at the same scenarios as in the first half of the document, but considers the position post optimization of TERMA.
Yeah.
Is this optimization of TERMA with 90% or less than 90%, or am I asking the wrong person?
You're asking the wrong person. It's a short answer.
That's fine.
I may be corrected by one of my colleagues afterwards. They might say you could have answered that, but at this point in time, it's my response. I'm not sure what. Yeah, I think they're probably assuming that TERMA is the PD has been deemed as acceptable in terms of this risk assessment, and that'd probably be a fair comment.
Well, in fairness, I don't think they are, and that maybe illustrates the fact that you're not the right person to answer, because I think if you look at page 10 of the document,
okay,
sorry, page 11. So that's the one that shows the
the PDs, across the different wind farms, yeah.
And what it says is rationale for review risk remaining after mitigation. And it says there, due to the large 12 nautical mile by 3.5 nautical mile volume of airspace, where the PD is reduced across a large proportion, etc. Probably taking it short. If you look at the bottom,
yeah,
it refers to the possibility of improving the primary surveillance radar PD to above 90%.
Yeah, so that's probably your answer there then.
Yeah. Can I just, while we're on that page, can I just ask you about a couple of a couple of sentences in that, and again, if it's for someone else, then just say so. First sentence talks about a large portion of airspace due to the proliferation of turbines parallel to airspace that is used by the airport daily. I was just interested in the use of the word parallel there. Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and I might defer to one of my colleagues at that point who might have a better understanding of what they meant by that. I didn't write these specific words, as it were. No,
okay, that's fair. The second bit is you say the airport has concluded that the risks of dropping a primary radar aircraft plot in this area for an extended period of time, i.e. 36 seconds or greater. So what area are we talking about there?
Sorry, where's that little bit?
It's the second to third line down. The airport has concluded that the risks of dropping a primary aircraft radar track in this area. What area do you think we're talking about there?
I think we're talking about that. We're talking about that 12 nautical miles by 3.5 nautical miles area.
So the whole of that, whatever it is 40 something square nautical miles. And that, again, accepting that you didn't write this whole thing, but you did sign this off
Yeah.
as something that you were comfortable with. So your understanding was that the risk of dropping a track within that 42 nautical miles, somebody correct my maths if it's wrong, but 42 square nautical miles for 36 seconds was not an acceptable safety risk. And that required the deployment of another source of radar data.
Sorry, what's the question?
Sorry, I'm just asking that was your understanding, that the risk that we were concerned with was dropping a track within that total area for 36 seconds or greater. That was the risk that you were concerned with, ultimately the residual risk.
Yeah, that would have been by collective discussion. That was the conclusion that's been reached, yes.
And that the additional mitigation that was required was an additional primary radar sensor. That's what it says in the 4th to 5th line.
Yeah.
Do you recall any discussion during this document about alternative mitigation measures to that?
In terms of reviewing this, I can't recall.
Just a month ago, remember?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
If you don't recall, let me put it a slightly different way to you. If there were alternative measures discussed to an alternative sensor, you would presumably remember that discussion.
I may not have had that personally. It may have been between Mr. Fido and Mr. Thompson as to what other alternate technical solutions are available. I'm not a radar expert. I don't profess to know what other mitigations may be suitable in this context.
No, I fully accept that. Did you consider any operational mitigations yourself?
So I can't consider them in isolation because I could perhaps have a view, but the challenge comes that if we consider other mitigations, we have to discuss them internally and then with the regulator ultimately. And it's the regulator who will decide whether our proposed mitigations are suitable or not, which is why you compile a safety case in that regard. That's my understanding of the process.
Okay, but did you you mentioned the discussion, and again I accept the discussion takes place between various people. Did you or anyone else, so far as you recall, discuss the possibility of operational mitigation rather than technical mitigation?
No.
Thank you. I remember being at a meeting in September of last year when Mr. Kirkhope of the CAA suggested that the airport should consider operational mitigation.
I do, yes.
Why haven't you?
I'm not quite sure. Could you just say that again? What was the?
So you've explained, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've explained that you haven't considered operational mitigation as part of the process between September and now. Is that fair?
So operational mitigation is we already do that. for our existing wind farm clutter on the 511 system. When Mr. Kirkhope visited, we had a conversation around that, and I think because I mean the idea is that to have an operational mitigation for this proliferation of wind farms would be very challenging, because we would effectively have to more or less discount the use of this airspace. So when I say I didn't consider it, I didn't think there was an operational mitigation that would be acceptable to the regulator, I think is perhaps. So we kind of considered it briefly and then decided that a technical mitigation was more appropriate.
Well, when you say it wouldn't be acceptable to the regulator, we looked at the airspace change programme that the regulator has approved, and it doesn't involve overflying this area with flights under your control, does it?
Yeah, but the point is, it's not within my gift to insist that aircraft fly on those routes. I can't do that. My team can't do that. It's not within our gift. It just isn't. We don't have that authority. If an aircraft chooses to approach and land at the airport by a different means, I cannot instruct them not to. And the team of controllers cannot, not as it stands.
The operational mitigation, or let me put it a different way to you. You have not explored with the CAA whether there is operational mitigation that could be put in place that would avoid any risk in this area, have you?
I just don't think it's feasible. That's my own personal view. And in sort of informal conversations with the regulator, I really think they want to see a technical mitigation.
Well, with respect, the only evidence we have from the regulator on the question of mitigation, and maybe as well that we look at it just to be absolutely clear about what's being said. You go to CD 11.212, which is the minute of 12th September.
Mr. McLeod has to be careful of the way he puts his question, because the witness has just given evidence of informal conversations with the CAA in answer to Mr. McLeod's questions. That's evidence. What Mr. McLeod is referring to is the only written evidence of minutes. There's two quite different things. So Mr. McLeod needs to be careful as to how he puts his question.
Well, I'm grateful for the warning. If you look at page 6 of 8, Mr. Smith.
A second.
Sure thing.
Yeah, I might need to close some documents down here. Hang on. It's not the most powerful laptop in the world.
If you're happy, I can read it to you. By all means, look at it if you want to. I can read it to you. And
Page 6. Page 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Page 6. Yeah.
Got that now, yeah.
So TK, I think we can agree, is Tom Kirkhope of the CAA.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and this is a meeting that you were at. The second bottom paragraph, TK suggested that GPA should also consider operational mitigation and whether a transponder mandatory zone around the airport would help. TK took an action to arrange follow-up meeting with CAA Airspace Management to explore this option. Now, we've not seen, to tread carefully here, we've not seen any written evidence of what the the output of that process was, have we?
I haven't. Whether it exists, again, I've said I haven't. It doesn't mean to say that it's Mr. Kirkhope didn't do anything about it, but I can't comment because, as you say, I haven't seen anything to say that he's followed up on it.
Yeah, and again, in terms of the written evidence that's before the inquiry, the follow-up meeting with the CAA on the 10th of November, which is CD 11.221.
She's still going up now. Yeah, I've got that.
So page 5 of 8.
Yeah.
We can see again, second bottom paragraph, TK, Mr. Kirkhope, suggest considering other mitigations, not just extra sensors, and add critical airspace to map. So, contrary to what you've said about the likely acceptability to the regulator, the written evidence before this inquiry suggests that the regulator wants to see other options explored, and you haven't explored them, have you?
I think that that comment is perhaps not the full picture, a better expression. And
Well, you'll be aware that
I think that's the question.
I wasn't quite sure what was the point there.
Well, hopefully Mr. Finlay's going to wait until his opportunity, which will come shortly, unless it's a
Yeah.
pressing need.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that Mr. Smith had said that's not the full picture, and as I had understood it, he was going on to say why. I was just asking Mr. McLeod to give him the space to say why.
I'm happy to do that. Sorry, Mr. Smith.
yeah, so I mean, the extra sensor stuff, that's for the radar experts, that's for the technical experts to consider. And then adding the critical airspace to the map.
Mr. Finlay, sorry, you're not on mute anymore, which might not be so helpful. Thank you.
What I understand from adding critical airspace to the map, and perhaps one of either Doug or Steve, who were also at the meeting, might be able to expand upon this, was that that was our Google Earth map, and that we had to update it to make sure that we had a full understanding of where these potential developments were going to be, which in itself is not an operational mitigation. It's to have an understanding and awareness of what the issues were likely to be.
And what about the first part of that quote, which is actually really the important bit? TK suggests considering other mitigations and not just extra sensors. That was really the point of my question. The Civil Aviation Authority, at a minuted meeting, suggested that other mitigations, not just extra sensors, should be considered. You have discounted that possibility because you say that you don't expect it to be acceptable to the CAA.
And I think, hang on a second, I think you're getting, I understand what you're saying, and it's your interpretation of what we're talking about, but I think there's a slight misunderstanding between what you and I mean with regard to operational mitigations. So we have operational mitigations in place at the moment, and they are not technical mitigations. They are temporary mitigations, and we have to
Well, we'll not revisit the issue with them. The point really is this: if we return to the tolerability risk matrix at page 11, this is the one with the 12 by 3.5.
BD 11254.
Apologies, yes, it is.
Yes, thank you. Page 11, did you say?
Page 11 of that. It's one that we've looked at before.
Yeah.
This document, which you signed off, says the residual.
Yes.
Yeah. But you weren't bullied into signing it. Presumably, you were comfortable with the content of it.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear. So it says here that the residual risk is not an acceptable aviation safety risk that the airport is prepared to accept without the deployment of additional mitigation by implementing another source of radar data, those words are then repeated, into the MRT via an additional primary radar sensor. And your evidence is that, as far as you're aware, you haven't considered any additional or any alternative to that, or you considered it briefly but discounted it because you didn't think it would be acceptable to the CAA.
Mr. McLeod, with all due respect, I really think you're speaking to the wrong person in terms of like what the radar and technical specialists considered with regard to other mitigations other than what's stated there. I'm pretty sure those conversations have been had, but this is what was presented to me.
Right, that's fine. I'll pick that up with others. I think, let me just check that. I don't think I had anything else from your. Oh, there was one final point, I think, which came from questions from Mr. Hardy this morning, this afternoon, earlier, I should say. So maybe 2 points. The first is that you were asked about long gaps, and again, say if this is not for you, I think it might be for you on the basis that you presented the ATC screens to the inquiry. You were asked, had you seen evidence of long gaps between tracks using the Terma? You said, in effect, not really, because we're not using it fully. You presented some evidence of how the Terma operates. Have you looked for any examples where there are dropped tracks or dropped plots using the Terma?
No. Because, yeah, I mean, no, I haven't. And again, I'm basing my responses on what I've been advised by the technical experts. But to actually sit down in front of the Terma radar display for extended periods and monitor traffic is, from my perspective, impractical. And I think it's unlikely that it could perhaps even be done by reviewing all the radar data that's been gathered. Again, perhaps a question for the radar experts.
But the one example that you have chosen to present to the inquiry involves a plane overflying the Hadyard Hill wind farm, which according to the evidence presented has an 85% probability of detection. Yes?
And that's based on,
It's based on your
This-
evidence.
well, this document says 77%. Sorry, Hadyard Hill, 85. Yes, sorry, it does. That's right. Yeah.
So Hadyard Hill, 85% PD. The example that Mr. Wiley looked at yesterday, you looked at briefly today, plane flew over that, and looking at the Terma, not a single dropped plot, never mind track.
Yeah, that's correct.
Final question. During your examination in chief, you talked about the Terma, which you described as a lovely picture, and you said that, however, it might give you a false sense of security because there are black holes there that wouldn't be visible to the controller. Do you accept that whatever might be going on behind the scenes in terms of optimization isn't really a concern for you as a controller, because by the time it reaches you, its operation will have been signed off by the CAA as part of a safety case?
It's a fair point, yes. That's effectively that's what we're looking for as a team of controllers at Prestwick. Absolutely. And the sooner that happens, the better, quite frankly, because in terms of the existing technology, it's creaking at the seams. And whilst we still continue to provide safe ATS, it's becoming increasingly challenging. But yeah, short answer, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod.
Okay, thank you. I think we might just have a short break for 5 minutes until we check whether we've got any further questions, and that'll give Mr. Smith a little chance for a breather as well, if that's okay.
So does that mean at this point in time I can leave the room?
No, I don't think so. I don't exactly know where you are, but no, you'll just need to stay separate at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
I don't need Mr. Smith in the room if he has to leave it for any particular.
Oh yes,
Mr.
to leave. That's okay.
You're in purdah, Mr. Smith, so you can't talk to anyone about the case, but you can leave the room.
Yes,
Thank
but just for 5 minutes, thank you. So
No, it's
make
all
it
right.
5 to 3.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
I may have missed something. Are you waiting? Are you waiting for us to start, or are you?
I think Mrs. Leven is having a bit of problems with camera and microphone, as am I. This is Mr. Bray speaking. I don't know if you can all hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me
I
yet?
think Mrs.
Yes.
Leven is starting to appear.
You can hear me, but you maybe can't see me, which is
Yeah,
fine.
I can see you. I can see you. I'm here.
See myself, but that's definitely okay. So if you can all hear me, we can carry on. Now everybody's gone away. Hang on a second.
I certainly can't see.
I can still
any of the
see him.
participants.
Same here.
Right, sorry, I can't see anybody else at the moment. So we'll just hang on till it loads up. It's possibly just getting a little tired at the end of the day as well.
I can see everybody here.
Yeah.
Right, I can see everyone now. I'm hoping that's all right. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we will push on. So I think I've just got one question for you, Mr. Smith, and it was to follow up some of the questioning there from Mr. MacLeod, just about these other mitigations that might be possible, other operational mitigations. Obviously, I'm not asking you to talk about the technical mitigations, and that'll be for others. But could you give an indication of the sort of operational mitigations that you might have considered, even if you thought that the CAA would discount them? What sort of things are we talking about there, just for our kind of knowledge?
So I perhaps need to clarify, as I did with Mr. MacLeod, that when I, as an operational controller, talk about operational mitigations, they're perhaps fairly basic, fairly fairly simplistic in their kind of implementation, along the lines of what we do at the moment, which is to as much a degree as we can avoid overflying these areas of clutter. Now, when the terma comes into operation, and this is the problem, because at the moment there's some dispute about whether it's capable of doing what it's supposed to, they're pretty limited, and actually, based on the proliferation of wind farms, probably wouldn't work. Or and anecdotally, we were told by Mr. Kirkhope, who's now moved on and within the CAA, that the what would you call it, temporary mitigations that we were applying were really approaching the end of life, and a mitigation such as terma should be implemented. Beyond that, so from a basic mitigation aspect, our options, I think, are extremely limited, which is kind of what I was trying to get across. So I think that leaves us with technical operational mitigations, of which one is the terma. What is in dispute, obviously, here is whether the terma is going to come up to scratch, as it were. So if it doesn't, then obviously one of the options would be to perhaps provide an infill radar. And I need to be careful here, because these are, as I said to Mr. MacLeod, it's not my area of expertise. There are things such as MLAT. Now, don't ask me what the acronym means, and that's perhaps something that should be put to, there's ADSB, but again, pretty sure that's falls into the same category as things like ADLS, which, you know, timelines have been quoted before and haven't yet come to fruition. And that's for lighting systems. So the other one, and I think this is perhaps what Mr. MacLeod is alluding to, is what's known as a TMZ. And I don't want, I'm going to defer to other witnesses to talk about that. But that's the sort of thing that we have discussed internally. It may not be documented or minuted, but it's certainly been informally discussed as to what are the next steps, if there need to be next steps. So it's frankly disingenuous to say that we haven't considered other options, whilst we might not have documented them as such.
Thank you. And those sort of the initial things that you're talking about there, that the basic sort of operational mitigations, do they all fall into that category of temporary mitigations, the sort of workarounds, or are they
The latter ones would perhaps be more permanent, but again, I don't know.
Sorry, these latter ones are the what
The
you call the
technical
technical operational mitigation.
The other ones, which are kind of like see and avoid, are much. It's been iterated to us on numerous occasions that they're not acceptable on a long-term basis, and I think actually CAP 764 alludes to that, or even 670 with regard to sort of mitigation of wind farm clutter. That you can only carry on flying around it for a certain period of time before you need to do something more permanent.
Okay, and that you referred to something there as see and avoid. Is that the same as avoiding clutter? That's the same thing, just a different.
That's what I'm thinking about. Yeah. So if you see an area of clutter, and it may not just be wind farm clutter, from time to time there are other forms of clutter again which are documented in the CAT documents that controllers need to consider.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Thank you. So I don't have any other questions. If you're happy, we'll pass you back to Mr. Finlay for re-examination.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to check before you do that neither of your colleagues had any questions, but
no, we had a discussion at the break,
okay.
so that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Just a few questions in re-examination. Can I take you right back to start of Mr. Hardy's questioning of you, and he asked about dropping tracks, both in relation to Terma, which you were able to answer directly, and in relation to the current radar. Does the current radar actually generate a track?
It generates a track, and we saw that in the clips. So you have the yellow dot at the head of the track, which is the aircraft in real time. And then the track history is presented in its raw form, which is the sort of green tail that you see behind it.
And so is that on the current radar, is that the radar just recording what it's picked up, or is it processing and generating a track itself, or is that a question for Mr. Fido if it's not something you know?
It's not processed to any great extent, as I understand it. It's because you can vary the length of that history, and you can do that in the Terma. You can do that on the 511. You can adjust it slightly. So in the bad old days of radar, that persistence on the tube was as a consequence of the phosphorescence treatment on the surface. So there was a persistence. And when we moved to more modern technologies, that was built in artificially, because it's a really good way to understand where the aircraft has come from and get a trend and a sense of how fast it's going and what direction it's going in. So the 511 works pretty much on that old school premise. The Terma does things differently and produces a tiny little dot, a little white dot that you see. And the aircraft itself is not this huge big blip anymore. It's just represented by an electronically generated symbol.
Thank you. I think Mr. Hardy then, and I can pick up that further with Mr. Fido. Mr. Hardy, by reference to paragraph 9 of your recognition, suggested that your provision of services within Class G airspace were not safety critical. Are you any more or less concerned about safety in Class G airspace as opposed to controlled airspace?
Well, you could argue that you in some regard, you're more concerned about it, because there can be aircraft there that aren't receiving a service from an ANSP. Your radar coverage may be subject to dropouts because, in certain areas, particularly beneath controlled airspace, at Prestwick, you're operating at lower levels. So it's still of paramount importance. It doesn't really matter whether the airspace is controlled or not. That's kind of your main reason for being there, is to, notwithstanding the argument that's been put forward by Mr. Parkinson that ultimately in Class G airspace, the pilot of the aircraft is responsible. If they choose to then avail themselves of the service from an ANSP, there is a duty of care that's then transferred to that ANSP, as it were. So to say that safety is a lesser consideration, I tend to disagree.
Thank you. Can I then ask you to have to hand a document you're probably now fed up with, which is CD 11254, which is the safety assessment for VHF.
Oddly enough,
For radar.
Yes, by pure coincidence, I happen to have it in front of me.
And you were asked a series of questions, first of all, about box 2. And if you look in the effect consequences, you were asked about ATC unable to provide surveillance ATS.
Yeah, so this was if there was a single plot
Lost.
Right.
Now, you weren't asked about loss of situational awareness and potential loss of separation. Do those effects and consequences arise on loss of a single plot?
They may do. Again, it's difficult to think of a specific situation, but straight away, if you lose a plot, your attention is drawn to it. So if that's happening, perhaps bearing in mind that you may have multiple aircraft that you're working, and I know this talks about within the vicinity of the wind farm. So I guess if you drill it down to that level, it's difficult to say that the risk is huge. It's not, but it's still there to an extent, because you're not sure what's going to happen next, are you? Straight away, as soon as a plot is dropped, it's like, is another one going to be dropped? So it's a distraction, and it can perhaps draw your attention away from other things you should be doing.
And if we just see what that led to in this case, if you go to the right-hand column, it's review. So whatever the consequences or otherwise of your approach in that box did not lead to an unacceptable finding. If everything else had been simply review, there would have been no objection, as I understand it.
This is after mitigation, is that right? Or
yes, after mitigation.
On page 6, is that?
No, we're looking at plot 2. Just go to the right-hand column.
Oh, sorry, which page of the document?
Page 2.
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it now. Sorry.
So if you go to the right-hand column,
yeah, it says review. That's correct.
It's review, and as I understand it, that would not lead to an objection. That would lead to we can see what. Well, you explain what does review mean in those terms.
So if you then go down to so what it means is basically you then need to consider mitigations, and it then should appear further down in the document where you should have managed to get it to a situation whereby there's still a review. Sorry, it's late in the day. There's still, actually, if you go down to after it's been mitigated, it still remains at review. I think if I'm looking at it in the right place. Well, that's radar failure. Oh, okay, yeah, aircrew procedures seen avoid. So it still comes out at review after mitigation. to my understanding, unless I'm not reading this correctly.
Thank you. That's and review would, my question to you was, Mr. Smith, after mitigation, if it said review, would that lead to an objection or not? Or a concern?
Do you know what? I need to defer to Mr. Thompson at this point, because it says instigate monitoring of the term of performance and agree review periodicity as an action in the further controls.
Okay. I'll ask Mr. Thompson about that. That's fine.
Apologies.
Not at all. So we've dealt with the full extent of the consequence in box 2. In box 3, you were looking at pop-up, and I didn't take you to it, but do you remember you were taken to Mr. Fido's report, which is CD 1181, I think electronic page 41, where there was one example of an aircraft popping up behind, 90 degrees behind the wind turbines. Is that a pop-up scenario that is of most concern, or are there other pop-up scenarios of greater concern?
To be on the spot, it's difficult to kind of come up with examples. There probably are, but I honestly, they're not springing to mind at the moment, I'm afraid.
Right here. And I think, and then lastly, we come to operational mitigation as you understand that terminology. When you are talking about existing wind farms with clutter, you're directing aircraft round them, is what you said, to avoid them.
Yeah.
And
so that would be a basic operational mitigation, which, as I explained to the reporters, is generally time limited.
yes, well, I think you've probably answered my question with that caveat. And then the last point was that Mr. McLeod put to you an example of one flight over Hadyard Hill, I think, where there were no drop plots.
Yeah.
Does that, in terms of air safety considerations, does the example of one flight provide you with any information to work from?
It's pretty limited. I mean, it flew through the area of clutter for perhaps 15 or 20 seconds. And if you see the 511 equivalent, it merges with the clutter. And yes, the Terma seems to have resolved it fairly well and managed to maintain a track history. But if you consider 20 seconds and then compare it to 35 years, there's a significant difference in terms of how long the aircraft will be overflying these developments for. So the potential for track drops goes up in that instance.
Thank you very much. Very helpful answer. Thank you, Mr. Smith. You are now released from your ordeal and indeed further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Finlay, and thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Go. Okay, do you want a short break, Mr. Finlay, or are you happy to go straight into the next evidence?
We need to swap people in the room over, so we need a short break. So if you give us, I think 5 minutes should suffice.
Okay, that's fine. 5 minutes it is. coronavirus. It's just slowly been getting worse this afternoon. So it just threw me out there. I'm not sure whether Mr. Bray or Mr. Reid have managed to get back in. Well, let's just hold on. I'll see if I can communicate with Mr. Bray. Sorry, we'll just wait for a second, see if I can get that sorted. Will hopefully help with anyone who's not able to see. Is everybody who's here, everybody that we need is available? Mr. Finlay and Mr. Thompson, I can see both of you anyway. Okay, so I'm sorry about that delay, but welcome, Mr. Thompson, if you'd like to kick off, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you. You're Stephen Thompson. You're currently Head of Assurance at Glasgow Prestwick Airport. You've given greater details of your background and experience in your reports. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you. Now, just so that Mr. McLeod and Mr. Hardy know where to direct their questions, you're not the primary expert on PD or VHF. That's questions on the technicalities of those for Mr. Fido, as I understand it.
That's correct, Mr.
Although you do have some expertise yourself on those matters.
Yes.
And in terms of expertise, in terms of air traffic control, we've heard from Mr. Smith, but Mr. Kirkland's going to deal with that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. A number of issues that have arisen today. One is about the risk assessment form 11254, So if you could have that in front of you.
Yes.
And the other document I'd like you to have in front of you is 11256, just to put that in context.
Bear with me.
And just for your information, Mum, 11256 is a further version of the airport safeguarding checklist for Carrick. The earlier versions for Carrick and Craig and Moddy are 102A and B. But we didn't provide the further one for Craig and Moddy. It's really here as an example. Perhaps you'd explain briefly what the airport safeguarding checklist is and how you go around compiling that. I'm not going to ask you to flick through it in detail, but there are many of the diagrams in there that the reporters will now be familiar with.
Yes, yes. So this document, ma'am, is effectively the open log for each planning application that the airport receives either from the local planning authority or energy consents. So we open it as soon as we get a formal request for consultation. We fill in all the sort of page 1, page 2 type stuff, which is who the case officer is, what planning authority, etc., etc. And depending on the type of planning application, it could be a wind farm, it could be a housing development, it could be numerous things that I'm sure you're more aware of than probably I am, sort of thing. And that's effectively covered in page 1, who the applicant is and any agent associated with it. We then go through, there's 4 parts to the document. We may fill in some parts for some types of applications and other parts for others. The focus on this particular one is part 4 in terms of if the application is a wind farm or a met mast, examples. So if I take you quickly to part 4, there is some work in part 3, which is really just considering it from an obstacle limitation perspective, which is a different set of criteria for measuring any obstacles within 15 kilometres of the aerodrome. We go through that process, and as you can see, we did similar for Carrick on this one, and concluded there was no infringements of our obstacle limitation surfaces. Part 4 is principally around wind farms and all the appropriate checks that we'll do in respect of wind farms. So we'll look at both the technical and operational impacts. We'll consider the heights of the turbines, where the turbines are, any line of sight issues from a radar point of view, whether any of the turbines are visible to the primary radar. We'll also consider impacts on all our other CNS equipment, for example, instrument lighting systems, impacts on VHF, DME equipment. It becomes quite a lengthy document as you go through it, but it gives us a mechanism so that we're consistent with each development or each planning application as it comes in. We also consider operational impact. I think my first reference to it is on page 12, where we consult with the operational team to discuss the potential operational impacts of the wind farm, capture the sort of high-level minute of the meeting, and that very much forms our initial response to either the local planning authority or the energy consents unit in terms of any initial either no objection or a holding objection subject to further considerations of any areas that need further safety assessments completed.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go into further detail than that, but That's helpful. We put that to one side. If you take up 11254, this is particularly for Craig and Moddy and Carrick wind farms. But I want to ask you whether, in terms of the safety case that you're presenting for Terma, have you been doing a similar safety assessment for Terma and wind farms generally as part of the introduction of Terma?
Yes, we do, Mr. Finlay. And as Mr. Inglis explained in his evidence in chief this morning, it's a standard process that you go through when you're compiling a safety case. You will, particularly at safety case part 1 stage, you will define all the hazards associated with implementing a new system. And that helps to define the specification of the system. So it's very much a normal process that you do when you're introducing either new equipment into the operational domain or any changes to the environment in and around the aerodrome.
Thank you. Now, when did you start doing your equivalent assessment for Terma?
We've been doing the operational impact. We've been doing the risk assessment process for the wind farm radar mitigation system. Terma is part of that process.
Yes. How long have you been doing that for?
Oh, many years. So that process continues.
Sorry, what was that answer?
Many years, ma'am.
Oh, many years.
Yeah, so that process continues to evolve as you understand more and more about the capabilities of the radar as part of the overall system.
And just to give some colour to the expression many years, had that process started while Mr. Wiley was still in post?
Yes, I mean, we started to work on the specification for the wind farm radar mitigation system as far back as 2011. And Mr. Wiley was involved in the HAS-ID workshop process that Mr. Inglis spoke to this morning through those early years. And he very much contributed to compiling the safety case part 1 risk analysis documentation set, which I think we signed off 2015. So yeah, Mr. Wiley would still have been with the airport.
And is that something that at any stage you've shared with the CAA in any stage of its production?
Yes. So safety case part 1 has been submitted and has been sitting with the CAA for many years.
Okay. And so if we now look at 11254, is the matrix on the first page of that the equivalent of, or indeed identical to, the broader equivalent assessment you've done for the introduction of WFR-MS?
Yes, it uses the same template, and the hazards identified form a subset of the safety case overall part 1 submission to the CAA.
So when you were doing this for Craig and Moddy and Carrick, you weren't starting from scratch. You had a template, and you said you'd identified the hazards as well. So when we're looking at that, under the hazards identified, that's the first box in each row, the first column in each row. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so what, as I understood, you've just told us, is that the hazards identified are the same as you've used in the document that's currently before the CAA.
Yes. What I would say, we've added some further hazards associated with our concerns from a cumulative perspective. I think the sheer explosion is the wrong word, but the sheer number of applications that have come in over the last few years has resulted in us having to introduce some more detailed hazards associated with cumulative impact.
And then if we look at just the document, for example, in hazard 2, the hazard identified box you've explained has come from previous work which has been going on for some time. And indeed, I think you just said was signed off when Mr. Wiley was still there. Presumably persons at risk is a fairly obvious box to identify depending on, in terms of severity, probability and tolerability risk level, those are factors that may change with your assessment over time. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And when we look at hazard 2 and we see the tolerability risk level is review, what does that mean? What does the reporter take from that?
Well, what that says, bear in mind, if we're looking at page 2 of the document, these are the tolerability levels before mitigation has been applied. So we're evaluating the risks associated with the hazard pre-mitigation. The equivalent row 2 in post-mitigation has the mitigations that you've put in place to try and minimise hazard.
So for that, I think we need to, and this is what Mr. Smith was looking for, but I don't think he could find. If you go on to, that was page 2, 4. If you go on to page 6, is that where we should be looking?
Yes. So page 6, we redefine it in column 1 the hazard, which we'll just identify it as hazard number 2 in order not to repeat the whole hazard identified. Yes. But what we've done in the second column is explain the mitigations that have been put in place to try to minimise the residual risk.
And that's led to a revised tolerability of review. And what does that tell the reporter?
Well, what that tells the reporter is that based on the mitigations that we've put in place, which is some procedures in air traffic maths part 2 to deal with radar failures. The other ones that are listed there, we've also optimized the radar, the new Terma radar at this stage. However, and we're content that the existing controls in this particular situation is fine. However, from a prudence point of view, because severity, ma'am, doesn't really change after you've applied mitigation. In normal terms, it stays the same. We are still of the view that even after Terma has been optimized, there is still a likelihood that we may get a loss of a plot. So based on the matrix above, that still means we're in review mode. And that's sensible and prudent because you will continue to monitor the performance of the optimized Terma after it gets into operation and as the wind farm environment continues to change.
And it's been suggested that in various parts of various of the applicant's evidence, no regard's been had to operational impact. We've heard about Erigale wind farm. That doesn't have a cumulative issue as far as the airport's concerned. Is that correct?
No, we've taken the view that it's an isolated wind farm. There's no wind farm within 5 nautical miles of Erigale, so we've categorised Erigale as an isolated wind farm. And so, hazard 2 speaks of the hazards associated with individual wind farms. Yep. So Erigale would come into that category, Mr. Finlay.
I'm grateful. And the only so the mitigation to mitigate hazard number 2 is simply, well, we can see what's set out there. It's various procedures, but primarily the optimization of Terma radar.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. And just to be clear, it's the mitigation may reduce the probability, but it won't affect the severity. Have I understood that correctly?
That's correct.
Thank you. And Grateful. Now, there are no doubt maybe many more questions about that tomorrow, but I'll come back to these. We'll wait for others to ask those. I want to ask you now about your meetings with the CAA. And so could you first of all go to 11212, CD 11212, which is the minutes of the meeting of the 12th September.
Yes, I have them, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you. And this is primarily your presentation, and what I'm interested in, if you go to page 6 and 8, second last box, TK suggested that GPA should also consider operational mitigation. And that's a passage much quoted by the applicants. What they haven't quoted, though, I think at any stage, is TK took an action to arrange a follow-up meeting with CAA Airspace Management to explore this option. What was your understanding of the impact of the meeting as to ultimately who was to take the action to explore that option?
Well, as it says in the minute, and as I've captured in the table of actions, I anticipated the principal inspector would follow that up with the CAA airspace change team within the CAA.
And if we look at the action agreed steps on the next page, the third action is indeed to do that. And that includes consideration of a transponder mandatory zone, or TMZ.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Smith said earlier this afternoon that whilst he wasn't involved in discussions on a TMZ, he considered that there may have been discussions between you and Mr. Fido in that regard. Have you had discussions about the option of a TMZ?
Yes, we have. And I think Mr. Smith also said there has been unlimited discussions within the operational and technical team at airport on whether a TMZ is viable or not in the vicinity of the wind farms. But certainly as part of the compilation of the tolerability matrix that we've just spoke about, it was very much part of the discussions that we had, that myself and Mr. Fido had in the compilation of the risk assessment.
And Mr. Smith spoke of other, what he called basic operational mitigation. Did you have discussion about that sort of level of mitigation as well?
Yes, we did. We spoke about sort of workarounds, I think, as Mr. Smith mentioned in his evidence earlier. We all understand that those tend to be only temporary arrangements, very much covered in CAP 764 in terms of workarounds until a long-term mitigation is implemented.
Thank you. And did at any stage following the 12th September meeting, the CAA come back to you and said, no, we were expecting you to provide information on operational mitigation?
No, in terms of that action, no, but there were discussions. I think we did have discussions at our meeting on the 10th, where we did, there was a good conversation about considering other types of mitigation.
Yeah, well, let's go to that meeting. It's CD 11221, I think.
Just bear with me. 221. Or 221.
Yeah.
Was it 211 there? Oh,
No. 221.
Mr. Finlay.
So if you go to the second page,
Sorry, Mr. Finlay.
Sorry, your cable is causing problems. Let's take a breather for a second. Hopefully plug it in again.
it should be working now.
That's better, thank you.
If you go to the second page, just to pick up on this line, under minutes of the previous meeting, we see the actions of the previous meeting, minutes of previous meeting. The third action is still to be arranged.
Yes.
And just to on page 5 of 8, the second entry says, well, let's read the first entry. TK asked, is CAA representatives at this meeting were content with GPA method and what the implications of saying yes could be? CB agrees that the buffer does not need to be there. Who's CB? Just say that the reporters understand that.
It is Mr. Colin Bibby, who is one of the engineering inspectors in the northern region for the CAA.
And then there's an action which is CAA to review radar PD presentation further and provide a formal position, response and methodology adopted by GPA. And as far as a formal response, you've seen the formal response, we needn't go to it, that the CAA have provided to the reporters on PD methodology.
Yes, I have.
Cool. Then going over the page to page 6 of 8, we get consideration of VHF.
Yes.
And you're presenting here, and we get to the point where you say, third bullet point, the threshold is exceeded. And you go on to say that may be acceptable if a wind farm is isolated, but if large numbers of wind farms are in close proximity to each other, the airport has concerns. Does that accurately set out your level of concern, the reasoning behind your concern? It wasn't just because the threshold was exceeded, but it was exceeded in a context of large numbers of wind farms in close proximity.
Yes, it was in many ways was the cumulative impact of wind farms in close proximity, generating a sector of poor VHF performance.
And then Mr. Kirker says ignoring or saying no to flat CAI radio bus is not really an option. So just that's a sentence with two parts. I mean, I'm not blaming the minute taker but when he says ignoring is not an option, what do you understand and may mean by saying that?
Well, we've, as you said earlier, we ran the exam question of CAP 670 General 2, Appendix A, Method 2. The results had shown a breach of the CI limit. So we are duty bound to consider the implications of it under our SMS. And that's effectively what we've done. We've shared our concerns with the CEA and asked for a little bit more guidance on their interpretation of our findings.
And then towards the bottom of that page, the main question is at what point TK says, what point we say a bust is unacceptable, we need to understand operational impact, and then next steps are agreed, which include SR will review Dr. Rudd's and Osprey Consulting's assessment reports and GPA to develop mitigation roadmap. And you've, well, if necessary, go to you've provided a similar matrix that we've been looking at 11254 for BHF, that's 11253.
That's correct.
Now, given the lateness of the day, there was one element of the PD uptake that I hadn't dealt with, so I'm going to have to ask you to go back to page 5 of 8. And there's the comment, TK suggests considering other mitigations and not just extra sensors and add critical airspace to map. What did you referred earlier to discussions on other mitigations. What did you understand and what do you recall the context of that being?
I think the context of the conversation is that we absolutely need to consider the operational impact and consider other operational and, dare I say, operational technical mitigation out with the requirement of just another primary sensor. So very much that was where we started to sort of consider TMZs.
Thank you. You will have heard me put to Mr. Smith earlier the question that Mr. Hardy suggested, that provision of FIS and Class G airspace is not safety critical. How do you react to such a suggestion?
Not comfortably. As Mr. Smith alluded to, in many ways, Class G is you need to be really safety critical in Class G airspace because you're not under full control of the controller, which is a requirement of controlled airspace. So I completely disagree with the suggestion that it's less safety critical. Completely concur with Mr. Smith that it is actually more safety critical.
Sure. Mr. Thompson, can I leave it there for this afternoon? I think those are all my questions, but given the lateness of the day and what else we've dealt with, it may be, ma'am, that I haven't overnight, I think of another question or two, but that is the substantive part of Mr. Thompson's evidence in chief, subject to me remembering something I've forgotten to ask him. So I would ask if we could pause there and we can arrange when you want to restart tomorrow morning. But that is, bar a potential question or two, that's Mr. Thompson's evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you very much. So that helpfully takes us to 5 o'clock. In terms of start time tomorrow, I mean, we're pretty flexible. We can start at 9 o'clock if everybody else can. Does that suit Mr. McLeod? Yes. Mr. Hardy, does that suit you?
Yes, yes, in principle. I'm just looking at where we're going to get to tomorrow because it does feel like it's going to be a very heavy day if we are going to get through everybody. Not pour kind of cold water on it. We've got through one witness today in total, and then in chief for another, and so that leaves. I mean, Mr. Thompson is going. I may explain. Mr. Thompson and Mr. Fido are going to be the principal subject of cross-examination, certainly from the Craig and Moddy point of view. And I can see Mr. Thompson taking most of the morning. So the ulterior reason for raising that is to say, look, what are we actually seeking to do? Are we realistically going to finish? If we are, absolutely 9 o'clock, that's good. If we're not, and we don't think that that is on, then actually necking ourselves and starting at 9, I'm not sure is the best way forward, because it makes it a very long day. Another thought I'd got, I'm just trying to map out timescales. I think we will get through Mr. Thompson tomorrow morning. I think it's then correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Finlay, I think it was Mr. Kirkland. Is that right?
Yeah, Mr. Kirkland.
Mr. Kirkland, I do have some questions. Obviously, he's dealing with the ATC stuff. And then Mr. Fido in chief. And then I suspect we might get cross-examination done of Mr. Fido. I'm not sure that we're realistically going to get Mr. McLeod's cross-examination of Mr. Fido or Miss Kirkpatrick, albeit that she's going to be shorter. So, just taking a rain check, one option, we do have Friday set aside, we're dealing with conditions. I just wonder if everybody was available, whether it is sensible planning for use of Friday for some evidence if people were available. So I'm absolutely not trying to rewrite the matter for you, Mum, but I'm just looking and trying to be realistic about what we are going to achieve.
Yeah, we have some restrictions as well, and
yeah,
I need to maybe just have a quick chat with Mr. Bray and Mr. Reid. I think our preference is to try and finish tomorrow, but let me and we have a lot of flexibility to go in terms of time. We're happy to go on as long as we need. Obviously, that does make it a long day, but let me just have a quick chat with Mr. Bray and Mr. Reid, and I'll come back to you.
If that's the aim, absolutely, we would prefer that. Then 9 o'clock is fine. So I'm not saying no to 9 o'clock. It was just if that was going to be an unrealistic expectation. My view is, look, let's not sit for 12 hours and still not finish. You're better off breaking the material.
Okay, just give me 2 minutes and we'll have a quick chat. Sorry, Mr. McLeod, have you got any preference?
Just had one further thought. I don't know about timings. There is a realistic chance we might get through all of the airport's remaining witnesses. But I agree with Mr. Hardy. I think the bulk of the questioning is probably going to be for Mr. Thompson, Mr. Fido. Mr. Kirkland, Mr. Kirkpatrick's evidence is relatively short. I suspect that neither of us is going to have a huge amount of questions. And I just wondered whether Mr. Finlay might consider accommodating us by having Mr. Fido after Mr. Thompson. Reason being, if we were going to sit for the full day to get through the remaining 4 witnesses, it might be easier to deal with the more involved cross-examination, if you like, earlier in the day, with the few questions for the 2 remaining witnesses coming slightly later in the day.
Mr. Finlay, have you got a view on that?
I have to say, at the moment, I'm not particularly attracted. I've chosen the order for a reason, and I prefer to stick with it. I don't understand it's going to make a difference as to whether we get through the day or not. Get through the witnesses in a day, but at the moment, I prefer to stick with the order that I've suggested.
Let me put that a slightly different way. I'd be more amenable to hurrying through Mr. Kirkhope and Kirkland rather, and Ms. Kirkpatrick's evidence than I would with Mr. Fido. Mr. Fido's evidence is quite important, and I would probably rather hear his evidence slightly earlier when everybody's a bit more focused and we have a bit more time.
Okay, I take that into account, but I think I would probably take Mr. Finlay's point that it's for him to decide the evidence, and he may have prepared on that basis in terms of the order of the evidence. Let me just have a break for 2 minutes and have a quick chat with Mr. Bray and Mr. Reid. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Is everybody still there? Okay, thanks. So we've had a quick chat. I think our preference is definitely to start early tomorrow with a view to trying to finish tomorrow. And I think we'll just have to review that at lunchtime tomorrow, see how we're getting on. We certainly have the ability to go on till 6 tomorrow. I know that makes it a very long day, but we do have that time. And I think if we get to a point where we know we're going to need some more time, I think that would be Friday rather than Thursday for us, as well as for Mr. Hardy. We have issues with that as well. But yeah, we certainly have some time on Friday if we need it. But would everybody be amenable to a 9 o'clock start tomorrow then? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's fine. Right, let's go on that basis. Is there anything else we need to discuss now then, or can we close at this point? No.
Not from us.
Okay, right, that's helpful. So we'll start at 9 AM tomorrow and we will review again at lunchtime tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much for all your time and effort today. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.